SQL. Let's take a simple overview about the meaning of a database in general. A database is a collection of structured information or data, typically stored electronically in a computer system. And if you want to work with, manage, and control databases, you need to use a database management system or DBMS. And there are many types of database management systems out there. We're going to talk about the most popular types of database management systems in this course. One of the most common types of databases is relational databases, and if you want to work with any relational database, you need to use a SQL language. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. You can pronounce it SQL or SQL as you wish. The standard says that SQL is the appropriate way of speaking SQL. However, many database professionals still use the pronunciation SQL, and you can pronounce it any way you want. So why do we use SQL? SQL is standard language for relational databases. You can use the SQL language to create, read, update, and delete data from databases. If you want to communicate with and manipulate databases, actually relational databases, you need to use the SQL language. And there are many types of relational databases. And if you want to work with any of them, you can use the SQL language. Relational databases such as Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, SQLite, etc., etc. And in this course, you will learn the basics of the SQL language and its commands and put them to practice with many practical examples. You will learn all the concepts that are common in different relational database management systems with the SQL language. Thanks a lot for watching. Let's talk about our working environment in this course. We need a software to manage our database. You need a software to type, edit, debug, and execute any SQL query or code. You can type any statement, any SQL statement or code, and you can run it to show the output on the screen. However, in this course, you don't need to install any tool. In this course, you can access our database manager easily by typing its URL. So, no setup. You can use it for any operating system because it's online. SQLiteOnline.com is an easy, powerful, and interactive relational database management system contained in a C programming library. You can use this powerful editor without any complication to work with many SQL databases or relational databases. You can manage and work with SQLite, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, and more. Once you type its URL, SQLiteOnline.com, in the search box and hit enter, you will see the complete editor to work with the SQL language directly. And I'll show you this in the practical lesson. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. Let's talk about our working environment in this course practically. Our working environment in this course is this online SQL editor, SQLiteOnline.com. Type its URL and this will bring you to this official page. You need to type the URL or link and hit enter or return, and you will see the complete SQL editor here. You can work with many relational databases from this online compiler for SQL, such as SQLite, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, and Microsoft SQL. However, in this course, we need to work with PostgreSQL database. So you need to connect this database by clicking on this button, click to connect. After this, you will see it has a single table, which is the demo table, and you will see the details about this table once you click on it. You can see it has 3 columns, ID, name, and hint. You can create as many tables as you wish here inside this PostgreSQL database. If you want to execute any SQL query, you need to type it here in the SQL editor pane, here on the right side. Also, if you want to execute any SQL query, you can use this run button, or you can use shift enter or shift return from the keyboard. You can import or export files to import or export tables easily by using these options from here. You can open or save databases by using these options here. Open, save, save the SQL queries, open SQL queries, etc., etc. You can also save the history of this database PostgreSQL. Once you execute any SQL query or command in this editor pane, you will see the output or the result here in a new result set or in a new table in this pane below the editor window. Also, there are some useful resources here if you want to learn more about the SQL language. For example, comment, and you can easily see the syntax for commenting any SQL query. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about DBMS and RDBMS. DBMS stands for Database Management System. A database management system is a software system to store, retrieve, communicate with, and run queries on data. You can use the database management system to create, read, update, and delete data in the database easily. The most common types of database management systems are relational database management systems. We will focus on this type in this course by using the SQL language. The second type of database management systems are NoSQL database management systems, or not only SQL. And this type are non-tabular databases and store data differently than relational tables. And there are four types of NoSQL database systems: document databases, graph databases, key value stores, and wide column stores. Now let's talk about RDBMS. What is the meaning of RDBMS? RDBMS stands for Relational Database Management System that stores data in a row-based table structure which connects related data elements. In relational databases, data or information is stored in tables, columns, and rows, and you can use the Relational Database Management System to maintain and manage relational databases. And there are many types of relational databases, and you can work with any of them by using the SQL language, the structured query language. The most popular types of relational database management systems are MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft Access, Oracle, SQLite, MariaDB, and there are many others. As we said previously, data or information in relational databases stored in tables or relations. A table consists of columns and rows. A column simply is an attribute to hold specific information about records. A record is a row in a table. It's each individual entry that exists in a table. A database field is a set of data values of the same data type in a table. Data fields are used to display variable data and to allow the user to enter data. And there are many types of data fields such as text, decimal, date, integer, and there are many more. Simply, in relational databases, each column in a table contains data fields or data values of the same data type. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about the SQL queries and syntax. The SQL keywords are case insensitive for the most popular database management systems, so the computer doesn't care whether you write select, for example, in uppercase letters or lowercase letters. You can write however you like. It works. But by convention, and to work professionally with SQL, we write the SQL keywords in all capital letters and the name of tables, columns, rows, etc., all this in lowercase letters to facilitate collaboration and understand the code quicker and to make the SQL syntax more clearly and understandable for anyone. What is the meaning of CRUD or CRUD in SQL? CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update, and Delete. The structured query language or SQL is a domain-specific language for managing data, and all operations you can do on any data can be boiled down to create, read, update, and delete. C in the word CRUD or CRUD stands for create, which means to add or insert data into the SQL table. R in CRUD stands for read, which means retrieving, selecting, or fetching the data from the SQL table. U stands for update, updating data and tables. And the last letter, which is D in CRUD, stands for delete. for deleting tables and data. So in a nutshell, CRUD refers to the 4 basic operations a software application should be able to perform: create, read, update, and delete. And you can perform these 4 operations for any relational database management system. You can perform these operations with MySQL, SQLite, PostgreSQL, etc. etc. Thank you so much for watching. Hi, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will be discussing the select statement in SQL. So let's get started. What is the meaning of the select statement and why do we use it? You can use the select statement to retrieve or select data from a database or tables inside a database. If you want to retrieve records of a single column, you can do so. If you want to select the records of 2 columns, 3 columns from a table, you can do this easily. And the data returned in the output is stored in a result table called the result set. You can use the select statement easily to retrieve the data of a complete table. You can do so by using asterisk sign or symbol. Use the select statement followed by asterisk sign with the from keyword followed by the table name and semicolon at the end of the statement or query. Now it's time to see the syntax of the select statement. You can retrieve the data of a single column by using the column name after the select statement, and if you want to retrieve or fetch the data of 2 columns, separate between them using comma, etc. etc. and the from keyword, exactly as you can see in the next line, followed by the table name with semicolon at the end of this statement. If you want to select the data of a certain table completely, the complete table, use asterisk symbol after the select statement. It's a single statement or a single line of code, exactly as you can see. Select asterisk from, then the table name and semicolon at the end of this statement or this line of code. And don't worry about all these concepts. I'll show you this practically with many practical examples. And not only this, but also you can use the select statement to select 1 record for 1 column or 2 columns, 2 records for 1 column, 2 columns, or for all the columns of a certain table. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. This is the practical lesson about using the select statement in the SQL language to retrieve data from an existing table. So let's get started. First of all, we need to connect our database, which is a PostgreSQL database. Try to click to connect, and voila, you can see it has a single table. However, in this course, we will work with our tables. Let's import the 2 tables that we are going to use in this course. We will work with our tables, which is employees and the players 01. So let's import players 01 now. And after this, select first line for the column name, then hit OK. Now you can see we have this table, which is players 01 inside this PostgreSQL database. You can work with this table, you can retrieve data, you can select any column from these columns, or you can select the complete table, the complete players 01 table by using the select statement. All what we need to do is to type select asterisk from players 01, the name of this table. Let's do that. Just type select asterisk from players 01 and semicolon at the end of this line of code or this statement. The select statement here is used to select all from players 01 to retrieve this table players 01 completely. You can notice that here select and from are keywords in the SQL language, so we type these keywords all in uppercase letters here by convention. Now it's time to execute this, and you will see the result in a new result set here or in a new table in the output pane here, or you can use the run button. Now we got this output exactly as you can see. This is our players 01 table completely here with all columns and rows. Player ID, first name, last name, team, shirt number, and rating. And you can see the records of this players 01 table. Also, you can use the select statement to retrieve or fetch any column. you can fetch the player ID column completely, only this column, or you can fetch 2 columns or any number of columns you need. Good luck. Suppose we need to select a specified number of columns from an existing table. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you how to use the select statement to select only a single column from an existing table. So let's get started. We have this table which is players 01. You can use the select statement to select any column from this players 01 table. For example, we are going to use the select statement to select this column which is player ID. You can do the same thing for any column from these columns, and also for any table, any existing table inside any database you work with. So how can we write this? Just type select player ID from players 01. This is our complete statement. You can type it in the shape here, or you can put the from keyword in the next line to clarify or to make your code more readable and understandable for anyone. Select this column from this table players 01 here, and you can do the same thing for first name, last name, and I'll show you this. Now it's time to execute the statement by hitting shift enter or shift return from the keyboard, or you can use the run button. Also, if you want to save this code, you can do so by saving the SQL queries from here, from this button. Now hit shift enter. Voila, we got this output here in a new result set. This column only, the player ID, was returned in the result pane here, 1, 2, 3 until reaching the last records, all the records or all the values of this player ID column here. For example, you can change this column to another column, replace it with first name for example, and execute this program again, and you can see the new output here, this column only. You can do the same thing for any column with any data type. For example, you can change it to rating instead of the first name column, and after executing it by hitting shift enter, you can see we have this column with all the values of this column completely. In the next lesson, I will show you how to select a specified number of columns, not only a single column. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. How do we select 2 columns or 3 columns from an existing table? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I will show you practically how to select more than 1 column from an existing table. You know, we have this table which is players 01 inside this PostgreSQL database. Suppose we want to select player ID and first name columns from this table here. To do so, use this editor pane and type select player ID, then comma, then first name from players 01. Let's get started. As we said beforehand, select player ID, comma, first name, and in the next line type from players 01. Select these 2 columns, separate between them using comma, separate between any number of columns here using comma. If you want to put 3 columns, you can do so also. Then the from keyword in the next line to clarify this code and to make your code more readable and understandable for anyone. From this table, this existing table, players 01. Also, if you have an existing table, another table instead of players 01, you can do the same thing, the same methodology with any table. Now it's time to execute this. You know, to execute this command or this statement, hit shift enter or shift return from the keyboard. Voila, we got only these 2 columns, player ID and first name, inside a new result set. A new table here that contains only these 2 columns, player ID and first name. Let's change these 2 columns. Let's place, for example, player ID with team and first name with rating. So all what you need to do is to type team, comma, rating after the select statement and execute this program again, and you can see the new result set here in the output. In the output pane, we have this new table, team and rating, with all the records here. And you can do the same thing with any column, with any number of columns from the players O1 table or any table. Suppose we want to select 3 columns, not 2 columns. You can do so. Just put another comma here, and after this comma you can place any column you wish. For example, last name, and you will see the columns in the new result set in this order here, not in the order of this table itself. Hit Shift Enter. You can see the output. We got team, rating, and last name in this order here, because this is a new table, a new result set for this query here, regardless of the order of these columns in the players O1 table. You can select any number of columns by using the same way, the same methodology we use here. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Suppose we have a table and we want to select only distinct or different values from this table. You can do so easily by using the select distinct statement in SQL. The select distinct statement simply is used to return only distinct or different values. Inside a table, a column often contains many duplicate values, and sometimes you only want to retrieve the different values only. And this is so easy to do by using this statement. And here is the syntax of the select distinct statement. Type it followed by the column name with the from keyword and the table name after the from keyword. And don't forget to place semicolon at the end of this line of code or this query. You can see the select distinct statement all in uppercase letters because these are keywords in SQL, and the same thing for the from keyword. However, you can see the column name and the table name all in lowercase letters. And I'll show you how to use the select distinct statement practically in this course. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. How do we select only unique rows or records from an existing table? How to fetch only different values? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you practically how to use the select distinct statement in the SQL language to fetch only unique records from an existing table. We have this existing table, players O1, and for instance we need to select only unique values or unique records for this player ID column. You can do so by using the select distinct statement. So all what you need to do now is to type select distinct followed by the column name, player ID, and in the next line type the from keyword followed by the existing table name, players O1, or any table you work with inside the database. Now we need to execute this statement to show the result. Shift Enter, and you can see no repetition here, no duplicates. And to clarify it, let's use it with the team column instead of player ID. Shift Enter again, and you can see we have only 3 records, no duplicate values here, so we got only these records instead of the full records of this table. If you want to remove any duplicates, or if you want to select only different values without duplicates from an existing table, you can use the select distinct statement. And there is a built-in function called count. You can use it to count the number of different values inside an existing column. For example, you can use it here to count the number of different values or unique values, or the number of records without duplicates for this column team in an existing table, which is players O1 in this example here. So you can type count, and inside the round braces of this built-in function in SQL, you can use the distinct statement followed by the column, which is team in this example here, as a parameter for the count built-in function, then the from keyword followed by our table. Hit Shift Enter or Shift Return, we got 3. You can see here inside a new result set called count, the number of unique values inside this column here from inside the players O1 table is equal to 3. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about another concept of the SQL concepts. This concept is the SQL where, or the where clause. If you want to add a condition to filter records, you can use the where statement or the where clause to do so, to fetch only records from a database table that match specified condition. And you can use different types of operators with the where clause to construct conditions. We will talk about different types of operators in SQL later in this course. Let's see the syntax of the where statement theoretically. You can use the select statement to select data as you know before, and the from keyword followed by the table name. And you can see in order the where statement here followed by condition, and you can use operators here in the place of condition and semicolon after placing this condition to mark the end of this query. Don't forget this semicolon. And you know what? You can use the where clause not only with the select statements but also with the update, delete statements, etc. etc. For example, if you have a table inside a database and this table called employees, and you need to select only records that match specified condition. For example, ID is equal to 1, you need to select the record that has this ID only. So after the where statement, put ID is equal to 1 to select only the record that matches this ID, and so on. And I will show you how to do this practically, so don't worry about this. Thank you so much for watching. How can we filter records in the SQL language? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about the where statement in the SQL language. The where statement is used to filter records to specify which records to be selected. And if you want to extract only those records that fulfill a specified condition, you can do so by using the where statement. So the where clause helps you to add a condition, and based on this condition you can select only those records that match this condition. Let's get started. We have an existing table which is players01. Suppose we want to retrieve only records that match this condition. Player ID is equal to 1. Let's do this. Let's type this statement or this query here in the editor pane. This is our program or our query here. The select statement to select all the available data from inside the players01 table, followed by the from keyword to put the table name. The existing table name in this case is players01 table. And you can see the next one is the where statement or the where clause to add a condition to specify which records to be retrieved. And in this case, we want to select all the records that match this condition to filter these records. The condition is player ID is equal to 1. Hit shift enter or shift return to execute this query. Voila, we got only this single record in a new result set here. And this for all the columns of this table here. You can select only a specified column, a particular column from these columns. For example, let's change asterisk to player ID, for example. Execute the program again, and we got this column only, a single record that matched this condition for this column only, player ID. You can add another one, first name, for example. Execute the program again, we got this new result set here, player ID, first name. And you can do the same thing for any number of columns you wish. Let's change this condition. For example, you can add another condition. Instead of player ID is equal to 1. Our new condition here to filter the records of the players01 table is first name is equal to Ahmed. We want to select the records that match this condition from the players01 table for these two columns only, player ID and first name. We will get 2 columns only. Hit shift enter, we got only a single record, exactly as you can see in the new result set here in the output pane. You can select 3 columns if you wish, and the where statement in SQL is not only used in select statement or select query. You can use it with update, delete, etc., etc. And you can use different types of operators here to specify records with the where statement, and I'll show you this in next lessons. I'll show you how to use different types of operators to specify conditions for the where clause in the SQL language. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about one of the most popular types of operators in SQL, which is the logical operators. Let's get started. Why do we use the logical operators in SQL? If you want to filter records based on specified condition by using the where or having clauses, you can use different types of logical operators. And the SQL where statement can combine with AND, OR, and NOT operators. What is the AND operator? What is the OR operator? And what is the meaning of NOT operator? Why do we use them? Let's go ahead to talk about the AND operator theoretically. The SQL AND operator selects data if all conditions are true. The AND operator filters data if all conditions are true. If you want to retrieve certain data if all conditions of the AND operator are true, you can use it. And here is the syntax of the AND operator. Select, then the column names, from, followed by the table name, then the where statement here with its condition. You can see the certain condition of the where statement here we use with it the AND operator, actually two AND operators. Now let's move to talk about the next operator, which is the SQL OR operator. Also it is used to filter data, but in this case if one condition only or one term is true, and here is the syntax of the OR operator. Select, then from, and the where statement, and if one of the two conditions of the OR operator is true, it will return true. The next logical operator, which is the NOT operator, also is used to filter data, but in this case if the given condition is false, so it will give you true condition. And here is the syntax of it. After using the select statement followed by in a number of columns, the from keyword followed by specified table name, and the where statement here. You can see the NOT operator in uppercase letters because it's from the SQL's keywords, and the condition after this. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about filtering the data and getting precise results based on conditions. Practically, we're gonna use three types of logical operators: AND, OR, and NOT. Let's get started by using the AND operator. Here you can see we have the PostgreSQL database and it has two tables. We're gonna use the players one table. You can use the AND operator to filter data. You can use it with the where statement. So to select data, first use the select statement at the beginning of the code. We want to select three columns from the players one table. So type select player ID, first name, and team. These are the three columns that we are gonna retrieve from the players one table. So use the from keyword after this in the next line, followed by the existing table name. In our case here the table name is players01, and the where statement after this, the where clause, to filter data, to add a condition. And this condition uses the AND operator here to filter data. And why do we use the AND operator here? The AND operator here is used to display only those records where both the conditions, condition 1 and condition 2, evaluates to true. So the AND operator in this case is used to select data if all conditions are true. If this condition is true and also this condition is true, if the two sides of this operator are true. In our case here in this table players01, there is only a single record that matches this condition here. So once you execute this query by hitting shift enter or shift return, you will see the result set contains only this single record here. This is our result, and this is about the AND operator. However, if you want to change this, for example, to 99, now there are no records that match this condition. Hit shift enter. The result set is empty table in the output, exactly as you can see, no records match this condition here. Now let's talk about the OR operator practically. You can use the OR operator also to filter data with the where clause to add a condition. In the same example here, you can use the OR operator. However, the OR operator in this case is different from the AND operator. The OR operator is used to return the records where either one of the conditions, condition 1 and condition 2, evaluates to true. So either condition 1, this is condition 1 here, or condition 2 is true. So in players 01 here, this value is not inside this players 01 table, but this condition is true. So the program in this case will give you all the records that have this condition, shared number is equal to 1. Hit shift enter to execute this, and you will see this result set here that contains only these 3 columns, player ID, first name, and team here, all in the order of this arrangement here, player ID, first name, team, player ID, first name, team, and you can see all these records that match this condition here. And to clarify this, you can add the shared number column here. Execute this program again, and you can see all these records that match this condition. Condition 1, shared number is equal to 1. Now it's time to talk about the NOT operator, or the NOT logical operator in the SQL language. And you can use this logical operator if you want to select data if the given condition is false. Let me show you this in action by using an example. In this example here, we use the NOT logical operator to filter data with the where clause also. Not shared number is equal to 1. So in the result set, you will get player ID, first name, team, and shared number where shared number is not equal to 1. So hit shift enter or shift return to get the result set. In the output pane here, you can see no shared number is equal to 1. That's all about it for this lesson, about the basic logical operators in the SQL language. And to master all these concepts, try to practice AND, OR, and NOT operators in the SQL language by using the same way we used here. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Let's talk about aliases in SQL. This is very important. You can use aliases if you want to give a table or a column in a table a temporary name, or if you want to rename columns. Aliases are often used to make column names more readable, understandable in the result set in the output or the table set. And you need to know that an alias only exists for the duration of that query, not permanently. And you can create an alias in SQL by using the as keyword. Let's see the syntax of aliases in SQL. By using the as keyword for columns, you can see here the select statement followed by the column name, and the as keyword followed by the new name, which is the alias name. And you can rename it with any name as you wish, and this name will be a temporary name, not permanently, only exists for the duration of that query. Then the from keyword followed by the table name and semicolon at the end of this statement or this query. And if you want to give an alias for a table, you can see the syntax of this: select followed by column names, single column, 2 columns as you wish. Then you can see the from keyword followed by the table name, and the as keyword here followed by the new name of this table, from, table name, as, and the new name, the temporary name for this table in the output to make the output clearer, and semicolon at the end of this query also. And I'll show you this practically. Thank you so much for watching. How to use aliases in the SQL language practically. How to put a name for each column, temporary name for each column in the result set. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you how to rename columns in the result table regardless of the name of each column in the database or in the table itself. You can create a temporary name for columns or tables in the SQL language by using the as keyword. Let's get started. Let's rename 3 columns. Inside this PostgreSQL database, we have 2 tables here. We will work with the players01 table, we want to rename 3 columns from these columns here: player ID, first name, and rating here. So for each column, use the as keyword for renaming this column to create a temporary name for that column. And you can see here, we want to select player ID, first name, and rating. But in the result set, you will see this name for this column, this new header for the player ID column, and this new header for the first name column, and also this new header, new rate, for the rating column. We want to select these columns with new names from players O1 table and semicolon at the end of this statement. Now we need to execute this statement or this query to show the output in the result set. Hit Shift Enter. Voila! You can see here the aliases for these columns here. We've selected 3 columns with new names due to using the as keyword here. You can change these names for these columns here, regardless of the name of these columns in this table itself. You can see here the player ID, still player ID in the table itself, players O1, the same thing for first name and rating. But these names or these new headers for the result set itself, and column aliases are used to make column headings in your result set or result table easier to read and understand. So if there is any column with a long name, you can use the as keyword to rename it in the result set to make the result set easier to read and understand. Now let's take another example. Suppose we have 2 columns for first name and last name, and we want to concatenate these columns together. You can use the double pipe symbol to do so in the SQL language to concatenate 2 columns, and you can use the as keyword after this to rename these 2 columns together in a single column in the result set. And we have an example here, the select statement to select first name and last name, and to concatenate these 2 columns in a single column we use double pipe here. You can see the double vertical line symbol to insert white space between first name and last name in the same column. Use single white space here inside single quotes, then the as keyword to rename this column in the result set or to create an alias for this new column that contains these 2 columns together in the result table, and this from the players O1 table. Now we need to execute this to show the output to clarify everything here. You can see we have this new result set with the new alias full name that contains the output of these 2 columns here, first name, last name. You can see here first name and last name in the same column. And to clarify this, you can add any separator here between the first name and the last name. Shift Enter again to execute this. You can see the output was changed successfully. Also, you can select any number of columns from this table, players O1, at the same time with this new column here. For example, you can select team, player ID, or any column here. To do so, for example, type select player ID, then comma, then this new column here, and after this execute this program again. We got these 2 columns here, player ID and this full name column that contains the 2 columns or the values of the 2 columns, first name and last name, together in the same column. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Limitations in SQL. Hi everyone. Let's talk about another useful concept in SQL, which is the limit clause. The limit clause is so important if you want to specify the number of records to return. For example, if you want to retrieve or select 1 record, 2 records, or any number of records as you wish, you need to use the limit clause in this case, and also to avoid impacting performance. Instead of retrieving the whole table, and this will affect and impact the performance of SQL, you can fetch the data of only specified number of records as you wish. And let's see the syntax of the limit clause in SQL. The syntax exactly as you can see here. In order, select, from, where, and limit. The select statement comes first, and you know this. If you want to select or retrieve data, followed by the name of any number of columns, column 1, column 2, the header of any column. After this, in order, the from keyword comes second, followed by the name of the table. Then the where statement. The where statement to add a condition, to filter the result set. And the last one, which is the limit clause. In this case, the limit clause followed by number 1, 2, 3, and so on to select the first 2 records, 1 records or 1 rows from the table, and so on. And you need to know that the limit keyword is used with MySQL, PostgreSQL, and SQLite. And you can use the top keyword for SQL Server, Microsoft Access, and the fetch first keyword. You can use it with Oracle database system. And don't worry about this, I'll show you practically how to use the limit keyword to fetch only specified number of records from a database. And in this course, we're gonna use the PostgreSQL database. Good luck. If there is a need to retrieve or read specific values from an existing table, you don't need to retrieve the entire table. For example, instead of retrieving the player's O1 table completely, you can retrieve only specified records from this table. And this is for best practicing to avoid impacting the performance of this database, PostgreSQL, or any database you work with. So in this case, you can use the limit keyword. The limit statement in the SQL language is used to specify the number of records to return. And some relational databases use top instead of limit or fetch first. For example, PostgreSQL and MySQL supports the limit clause or the limit statement to select a limited number of records from this existing table, players O1. Suppose we want to retrieve only the first 2 records. You can do so easily by using the limit keyword here. To retrieve the first 2 records from the players O1 table or any existing table you work with, just type select all from players O1 and then use the limit keyword followed by this certain number here, 2. 2 is the first 2 records from the players O1 table. Now you need to hit shift enter or shift return to execute this. And as shown here in the result set, this new table has the first 2 records only. So if you want to specify the number of records to return from the top of any existing table, you can use this methodology we used here. Limit 2 or limit, for example, 5, hit shift enter again, voila, the output was changed. We got the first 5 records from this existing table. Also, you can use the limit keyword with the where statement to filter these records. For example, you can limit the number of records based on a specified value in a certain column. Let me show you this. From the players O1 table, we want to select the first 2 records only that match this condition here. Team is equal to lion team. You know, we have 3 values of lion team inside this existing table, players O1. So in our case here, if we try to execute this program, we will get in the output only the first 2 records, not the 3 records of lion team, only the first 2 records based on this limit here. Hit shift enter, we got in the output the first 2 records that match this condition, team is equal to lion team, not all the entire lion team values. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi. Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about inserting new data into a table. You can use the insert statement to do so. The insert statement is a widely used command in the structured query language, and you can use it to insert new records in a table. Let's see the syntax of the insert into statement. There are 2 ways to write the insert into statement to add new records in a table. First of all, you can see the syntax to specify both the column names and the values to be inserted. Start with the insert into statement, all in uppercase letter, followed by the table name, and inside round braces, you can specify columns, column 1, column 2, column 3, etc., etc. Then values in uppercase letters, then inside the round braces, value 1 for column 1, value 2 for column 2, etc., etc. Let's go ahead to talk about the second syntax. If you are adding values for all the columns of the table, you don't need to specify the column names in the SQL query. However, make sure the order of the values is the same order as the columns in the table. And you can see the syntax for this way. The insert into statement followed by the table name, then the values keyword, and inside round braces value 1, value 2, value 3, etc., etc. And for any query, place semicolon at the end of this query or this statement or line of code. Don't forget to place semicolon. Thank you so much for watching. See you again next lesson. How to add new records to an existing table. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you how to use the insert into statement in the SQL language to insert new records and new values to an existing table. Suppose we want to insert a new record to this table players 1 here. You can use insert into statement with the values keyword. Let's do this. Try to type insert into followed by the existing table name. In our case here, the existing table name is players01, and inside the round braces after this players01 specify the column names player ID, first name, last name, team, shirt number, and rating, separate between them using commas, all in order exactly as you can see, and use the values keyword to insert new values for this new record. 10 for player ID, Ronaldo, for first name, Marcelo, because this is a string inside single quotes. For last name, Tiger Team is the value of team, 8 is the value of shirt number, and 93 is the value for rating, and semicolon at the end of this query or this program. Now, if you want to execute this program, all what you need to do to hit shift enter, and you will see this new record was inserted successfully at the end of the players01 table. And to show this, you can click on this table here and select or show table to read this table from here, or you can use the select statement to do this, and you know that. So all what you need to do is to type select all from players01 and semicolon, and try to comment this program here to avoid inserting another new record to this existing table players01. Hit shift enter and scroll down. Voila, we got this new record here at the end of the players01 table. This new record was inserted successfully. 10 for player ID, first name is equal to Ronaldo, Marcelo is the value or the new value for last name, Tiger Team is the new value for team, etc., etc. And you can do the same thing with any table, any existing table inside the PostgreSQL database. That's all about it for this lesson. In the next lesson, I'll show you another way to use the insert into statement to insert data into an existing table inside the database. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will take another example of using the insert into statement to add new records and values into an existing table. If you want to add values for all the columns of this existing table players01 or any table you have, you don't need to specify the column names in the SQL query, and this is only if you want to add the values for all the columns, not for specified columns. Let me show you this in action. All what you need to do now is to type this insert into followed by the existing table name players01, and then use the values keyword all in uppercase letters, because this is another keyword from the SQL language, and inside the round braces place the values for all the columns of this players01 table all in order. 11 for player ID, Ahmed for first name, Octavo for last name, Tiger Team is the value for team, and the value of shared number is 9 in this example, and the value of rating is 91. And this is our new record. We want to insert all these values for all the columns of players 01, so you don't need to specify the column names because all these values for all the columns. And make sure the order of the values is the same order as the columns in the table players 01 or any table you use. Hit Shift Enter, and after this you can select this table to show or read the data of this table, and you can see here at the end of this table the new record was inserted successfully here. The value of player ID is 11, the value of first name Ahmed, etc, etc. That's all about it for this lesson. You can try this by yourself. All what you need to do is to use the insert into statement in uppercase letters by convention, followed by the table name, and use the values keyword to insert other values. Try to insert another record instead of this record at the end of this existing table to master this concept. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Suppose we want to insert data only in specified columns. For example, suppose we want to insert data only for player ID and first name without inserting any data for last name, team, shirt number, and rating. Is it possible in the SQL language? Yes, it's possible. It's possible to insert only data in specified columns. For example, if you want to insert data for 2 columns in a new record only, you can do so. Let me show you that. Let's take a simple example to insert new data or new values for only 3 columns from these columns here, not for all the columns here. Specify the column names inside the round braces here. We want to insert data for player ID, first name, and rating. We want to insert a single record at the end of the players 01 table with these values for these columns only. 12 for player ID, Ali for first name, and the value of rating is 92. Use the insert into statement with the values keyword all in uppercase letters for this players 01 table to insert this new record to this table, to insert this new record into the players 01 table for these columns only. So try to specify the data columns here and separate between them using comma, and these values in the order of these columns here. Hit Shift Enter or Shift Return, and after this we need to read the data of the players 01. We need to select this table to show the output. So show the output here, scroll down, and you can see the new data was inserted successfully at the end of this table players 01. These values only, the 3 values, 12, Ali, and 92, exactly as you can see, and the rest of the values for other columns is null. Null for last name, null for team, and null for shirt number. And you can do the same thing. Try to practice to master this concept. Insert a new record with new values for last name and shirt number only for the same players 01 table, and use the same methodology we used here. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Previously, we've seen how to use the insert into statement to insert only one record at the end of an existing table. So, is it used to add only one row or only a single record? No, you can use it to insert as many records as you wish. And in this lesson, I'll show you how to use the insert into statement to insert multi-records, to insert more than one record to an existing table. Let me show you this in action. We want to insert 3 records at the end of the players 01 table. You can do so by using the insert into statement with the values keyword. Use these 2 keywords all in uppercase letters because these are keywords in the SQL language. Specify the column names inside the round braces after the players 01 table. this existing table name inside our PostgreSQL database here. Type insert into players 01, then round the braces, then player ID, first name, last name, team, shirt number, and rating, and separate between them using comma, all in order. Then use the values keyword, and after the values keyword, specify the values for each record. For all the columns, all in order. 13, the value of player ID for the first record. If name 1, the value of first name. Name 1 is the value of last name. New team is the value of team. 1 is the value of shirt number, and the value of rating is 90. And you can see the record, the second record, and the third one here. The value of player ID for the second record is 14, and the value of player ID for the third record is 15. Now place semicolon at the end of this statement here, and to separate between these records, after the values keyword, you need to use commas here to avoid getting errors. The first record, then comma, the second record, then comma, and semicolon at the end of the third record. At the end of the last record, we want to add to our existing table here. Hit shift enter or shift return, or you can use the run button to execute this. And after doing that, now we need to read this players 01 table. How can we do so? Go to the players 01 and click select to show this table or to read the data of this table, and you will see the 3 new records were added at the end of this players 01 table here. These records, the first one here 13, then if name 1, name 1, etc, etc. The second one 14, and the values for this record, and the last one 15, player ID is equal to 15. If name 3, name 3, or any values you wish, you can insert any valid values here for player ID, first name, last name, team, shirt number, and rating. And you can insert as many records as you want, as you need here for this database. That's all about it for this lesson. That's all about inserting more than one record to an existing table. You can use the insert into statement with the values keyword to insert one record or multi records to an existing table. Also, you can specify the column names for these records, and try to do this by yourself. Try to practice this concept to master it. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Okay, hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about a very important concept of the SQL concepts. You will learn in this lesson what exactly an update query does along with its syntax theoretically. So what is the meaning of the update query in SQL? Why do we use it? And how can we use it? Let's get started. After creating tables inside a database to store data or information, sometimes we need to update specific fields. You can do this by using the update statement. The update statement in the SQL language is used to modify or update existing records in a database table. If you want to update a single row after creating a table, you can do so. If you want to modify or update multi-rows or records in a table, you can do so. Now let's move to talk about the syntax of the update statement in SQL. How can we write and use the update statement? To update or edit specific values in a certain table, you need to use 3 keywords from the SQL language: update, set, and where. You need to start with the update statement, all in uppercase letters, because this is a keyword from the SQL language, followed by the name of the table. Then use the set keyword to assign new values for columns. You can see set column 1 is equal to value 1. Column 2 is equal to value 2, and so on. And you need to use the where statement to add condition to specify which records to be updated. If we ignore the where clause to add a condition, all records or rows in the table will be updated. So make sure to use the where statement to add the needed condition. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Can we modify the existing records in an existing table? Yes, you can do so by using the update statement. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you practically how to use the update statement to modify or edit the existing records in an existing table. We have this existing table players01 with these columns here. If you want to update any value from these values of this table, you can do so by using three keywords: update, set, and where. Update to specify the table name, set to specify the column and its value, and the where statement to specify which records to be updated. Let me show you this practically. Suppose we want to change the value of first name where player ID is equal to 15. So to do that, type update players01 set first name is equal to Sadio, for example, or any name you wish. This is just an example, where player ID is equal to 15 and semicolon at the end of this query or this program. We want to change this value from here, from if name 3 to be Sadio. And to do so, use the update statement followed by the existing table name, the name of this table, players01 in our case here. Then use the set keyword in uppercase letters by convention. This is another keyword from the SQL language. And the column name with single equal sign and its value Sadio, the value of first name, the new value here to specify the column and its value, and the where statement here to specify which record to be updated. The record player ID is equal to 15. We want to change this value for first name from this record where player ID is equal to 15 here. And don't forget to place the where statement to add a condition here to filter the data to specify which records in the table to be updated. And if you try to remove the where clause or the where statement from here, you will see all records in this existing table will be updated. So be careful when updating records in an existing table. Try to use the where statement to specify the records to be updated. Now hit shift enter or shift return, and we need to read the table completely, the entire players01 table. Select show this table, scroll down, you can see the first name, the value of first name for this record where player ID is equal to 15. The first name was changed to Sadio or any name you wish here. Also, you can use the same methodology to change 2 values, 3 values, or as many values as you wish. For example, let's change the value of last name in addition to changing the value of first name for the same record. In this example here, we've changed the value of first name to be Sadio with double O instead of a single O, and last name is equal to Mane, and separate between them using comma. These are the 2 columns. First name is equal to its value, last name is equal to its value, and the where clause to specify which record to be updated. The same record here, we want to change this value and also this value for last name. Now hit shift enter or shift return to execute this program again, and after this you can select this table again to show all the data of this table. Scroll down to see the first name and last name. As shown here, the 2 values were inserted, first name and last name. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. As we said previously, if you try to remove the where clause, all the records of this existing table players01 will be updated. So be careful. Let me show you this in action. Suppose we want to update or change the value of first name and last name. The first name is Muhammad and last name is Salah in our example here. So type update players01, this existing table name players01 after the update statement, then use the set keyword followed by the columns and their values. First name is equal to Muhammad, last name is equal to Salah, and separate between them using comma and semicolon at the end of this query to mark the end of this query. In our case here, all the records of this table will be updated. So all the values of first name and last name in this existing table will be changed. Now hit shift enter or shift return, and after this let's show this table to read the data of this table as shown here in the result set. All the records of players 01 were updated, were changed in the output to Muhammad Salah. You can see here, scroll down until reaching the last record. All the records were updated for these two new values for the two columns, first name and last name. So be careful when updating records. Try to use the where statement to add a condition to specify which records to be updated to filter the data. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. In this lesson we will talk about two ways to delete data from an existing table. We're gonna talk about the delete statement and the truncate statement. What is the update statement? What is the truncate statement? Why do we use them? And how can we write and execute them in SQL? Let's get started. We'll be starting with the delete statement in the SQL language. We use the delete statement to delete records from a database table. If you want to delete a certain record from a database table, you can do so by using the delete query. Also, it's possible to delete all the records in an existing table by using the delete query. Let's go ahead to see the syntax of the delete statement to delete a single row or delete all rows or records. If you want to delete a single row or record, use delete from all in uppercase letters because these are keywords in SQL. Delete from followed by the table name, the selected table, and you need to use the where statement to specify which records to be deleted. If you omit the where statement, all records in the table will be deleted. So make sure to use the where clause to specify which records should be deleted. Another way to delete all records from an existing table at once is by using the truncate table clause. However, you cannot use the where clause with the truncate clause. You can't add a condition here to specify which records to be deleted by using the where statement, because the truncate table query doesn't support the where clause. How can we write the truncate statement in SQL? Let's see the syntax of the truncate table query. Here it is. If you want to delete all rows from a table at once, start with truncate table, all in uppercase letters, keywords in SQL, followed by certain table, an existing table name, and semicolon at the end of this statement. Once you execute this command, you will see all rows or records are deleted at once from the table. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. In the previous lesson, we've talked about using the update statement in the SQL language. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about how to use the delete statement in the SQL language to delete the existing rows from an existing table. You can use the delete from statement. In this lesson, I'll show you how to use three keywords to remove existing records: delete from and where. Use the delete from statement, delete and from, followed by the name of the existing table, and use the where clause or the where statement to specify which record to be removed, to be deleted. Let me show you this in action. Let's say we want to delete the last record where player ID is equal to 15. So type delete from players 01 where player ID is equal to 15 and semicolon. The delete from statement here is used to remove this existing record player ID is equal to 15, the last record in this existing table players 01. So don't forget to place the where statement. If you try to remove the where statement here, all the records will be deleted. Now hit shift enter or shift return, and let's read this table. Let's select it to retrieve all the information of this table. Scroll down and you can see the last record was removed successfully, was deleted from this table here. As I said previously, if you try to remove the where statement from here, all the records of the players O1 table will be removed, will be deleted. Let me show you this in action. All what you need to do is to type delete from followed by the table name, the existing table name players O1 or any certain table inside the database you work with. And after executing this, you will see all the information from inside these columns will be deleted. Hit shift enter. Now if you try to show this table to select the data, you can see in the output as shown here, all the records were deleted successfully. If you want to drop this table, you can remove it completely from here. If you want to drop any column from these columns, you can do so to remove this column completely from this table. Also, there is another useful statement in the SQL language. You can use it to do the same thing we did here. The truncate table statement, the truncate keyword with the table keyword. These two keywords are used to delete all rows from a table at once. And do notice that the truncate statement doesn't support the where clause. So type truncate table followed by the existing table, and you will see after executing that statement, all the records will be deleted from the selected table. Let me show you this. Suppose we want to delete all the data available or all the records of the demo table, this table from here. Let's select this table before executing the truncate table clause. You can see all these records inside the demo table. Now let's execute the truncate table statement. Hit shift enter, and after this, if you try to show this table again, you can see all the records were deleted successfully here from this demo table. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson about comments in the SQL language. What are comments? Why do we use them? And how can we write comments in the SQL language? To explore all of this, let's get started. First of all, what is the meaning of a comment and why do we use it? In the SQL language, we use comments to add a description or explanation about our code. If you want to explain any statement in the SQL language, or if you want to insert small description, you can use comments. If you want to insert hint, you can do so by using comment. You can insert a comment before or at the end of any line of code. Also, there is an important feature of using comments in the SQL language to prevent the execution to debug code. If you want to prevent the execution for any block of code or any statement in the SQL language, you can comment it. Comments can be inserted on a separate line or within a transact SQL statement. Now, it's time to talk about the types of comments in the SQL language. There are two types of comments in the SQL language. The first type is single line comment, and the second type is multi-line comment or multiple line comment. Let's start with the syntax of the single line comments in the SQL language. If you want to create a single line comment to insert a description or explanation to make your code understandable for humans, you can start any line with double hyphen, a double hyphen at the beginning of any line of code, and this will be considered as a comment. Exactly as you can see here, this is a simple example, double hyphen before select all. This line is a comment here. The program will not execute it. If you want to prevent the execution for the next line, select all from demo. You can put a double hyphen before it at the beginning of this line of code also. Now, let's move to talk about the syntax of multi-line comments in the SQL language. If you want to create a comment in multi-line or as a block, you can do so easily. Just start it with /* and end it with */. And here is an example. Select all the columns of all records in the customers table. This is a multi-line comment in multiple lines. And if you want to prevent the execution for any block, you can comment it exactly by using the same way here. If you want to execute this statement, you will not see anything related to this comment in the output because it's for humans only, not for the program execution. That's all about it for this theoretical lesson about comments. Good luck. Why do we use comments and how do we use them practically? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you practically how to use the two types of comments in the SQL or SQL language: single line comments and multi-line comments. Comments in general are used to add descriptions in the SQL language to make the code more readable, understandable, and easy to follow. If you want to add a hint before or at the end of any line of code or query, you can do so by using comments. And comments are only for humans to make the code understandable, not for the program. The database management system will ignore any comment from inside the file. So if you try to use the two types of comments, they are completely ignored by the database management systems. Let me show you this practically, how to create a single line comment in the SQL language. First of all, here, if you want to create a single line comment, use the # symbol at the beginning of this line of code. Now, this is considered a comment now. Hit Shift Enter, you will get nothing in the output because it's for humans, not for the program execution. Also, you can use this comment to add a description. For example, you can type selecting data. This comment in this example here starts with the # and ends with the end of this line here. And if you try to execute this program again, you will get the full table players 01. You can see here we've selected the full or the entire players 01 table in the results set here. If you want to add a description to make the code readable, try to use single line comment or multi-line comment. This is about single line comments here. You can put it here before any code, or you can put it at the end of any code, exactly as you can see here. You can put it here. If you try to execute the program again, we got the same result in the result window here. Now it's time to use multi-line comments. How do we create them? If you want to create multi-line comment, there are two tags, the opening tag and the closing tag. The opening tag is /* and the closing tag */. And anything in between these two tags will be ignored by the program. You can use multi-line comments to add multi-line description, to add a description or hints for your code in multi-lines. Now, if you try to execute this program, you'll get nothing in the output. It's for humans only, this multi-line comment, not for the program execution. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Operators are very necessary to define conditions in SQL. What are operators? Why do we use them? And what are the common types of operators in the SQL language? An operator is simply a reserved word or a character that is used to query our database in a SQL expression. And to query a database using operators, we use a where clause. To place a condition, you need to use the where statement. And you can use inside this condition the most common types of operators. In this lesson, we will talk about 3 common types of operators in the SQL language. The first type is arithmetic operators in SQL. You can use the arithmetic operators to perform arithmetic operations. Arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulo, or remainder. You can perform addition by using the +sign operator. The plus sign is used to add two numbers or more. You can use subtraction by using the minus sign operator to subtract two numbers or more. If you want to multiply two numbers, you can use the asterisk sign. If you want to divide two numbers in SQL, you can use the slash operator. And to get the remainder from a division operation, you can use the percentage sign or the remainder sign or the modulo symbol. Now let's talk about the next type of operators, which is comparison operators in the SQL language to compare values. We will start with equal to, using the equal sign, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and not equal to. These are the comparison operators, and you can use them in the where clause to add a condition to compare values. The third type of operators in the SQL language is logical operators. Also, logical operators are used to compare values, to compare SQL commands. Previously, we talked about and, or, and not. In this lesson, we will talk about any, between, exists, in, like, some, and is null. You can use any operator and it will give you true if all values meet the condition. Between, it gives true if the value is within the specified range. Exists, it gives true if subquery returns one or more records. The in operator returns true if the operand is equal to one of a list. Like, it gives true if the operand matches a pattern. Sum, it gives true if any of the values meet the condition. And finally, is null selects records if the specified field is null. And I'll show you all these operators practically to perform operations in SQL in this course. That's all about it for this theoretical lesson. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. This is the practical lesson about operators and operations in the SQL language. You can perform different types of operators or operations in the SQL language. For example, you can use SQL arithmetic operators to perform mathematical or arithmetic operations. You can use comparison operations to filter data in the where clause in the SQL language. You can use logical operators, different logical operators. In this lesson, I will show you the first one, which is the arithmetic operators in the SQL language. You can use the select statement to show the result of any mathematical operation or arithmetic operation. Let me show you this in action. First of all, you need to use the select statement, the select clause. If you want to add two numbers, use the plus sign operator. 2, for example, plus 4, and semicolon. Hit shift enter or shift return, and you will get the result here in a new result set. You can use an alias if you wish instead of this header here. You can type, for example, as new result and hit shift enter again. You can see the new header in the result set here. You can change these values to any values you wish. For example, 2 plus 10, hit shift enter. We got this output here, 102. You can perform mathematical operations such as addition or subtraction, for example, by using the minus sign operator. Execute the program again. The output is minus 98. Or you can change these values from here if you wish to perform these operations without any complication. If you want to use the multiplication operation, you can use this by using the asterisk sign to multiply two numbers. Hit shift enter. We got the new result for this operation here. This is so easy. If you want to divide two numbers, you can do so by using slash. You can use the slash operator to divide two numbers. 20 is divided by 100. In this case, you will get 0 in the result set here because this number is smaller than this number. So in the SQL language, you will get in the new result or in the result table 0 instead of floating point number. And if you put here 200 as an example, shift enter, we got this output. In this example, the output was changed to 2. And if you want to get the remainder of any mathematical operation or arithmetic operation, you can use the percentage sign or the modulo operator. And shift enter, we got 0 because there is no remainder here. The rest of the division operation in this example is 0. But if you try to change this to 202 and execute the program again, you will get to the rest from the division operation. 202 divided by 100 is equal to 2. This is the modulo or the remainder of this division operation. That's all about it for this lesson. Try to use a plus sign operator to add two numbers, minus sign operator to subtract two numbers, the multiplication sign or the asterisk sign to multiply two numbers, the slash sign to divide two numbers, or you can say it's division operator, or you can use the percentage sign or modulo to get the remainder from any division operation, and use the as keyword to add a new alias or a temporary name for this operation in the result set here, any name you wish. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Previously, we talked about the basic logical operators in the SQL language. They are and, or, and not. And in this lesson, I will show you two different types of logical operators in the SQL language. They are between and in. You can use the between logical operator and it will give you true if the operand is within the range, the specified range in the filter. And also you can use the in operator and it will give you true if the operand is equal to one of a list of expressions. Let's take some examples to clarify this, to see how to use the between operator and how to use the in operator in the SQL language. Here we have this players O1 table with all these columns. Suppose we want to retrieve only the records which they are between this record and this record 2 and 5. You can do so easily by using the between keyword or the between operator. So all what you need to do is to type this condition, player ID between 2 and 5. And after this, after selecting all from players O1 and typing where to add this condition to filter the data of this players O1 table, player ID between 2 and 5, hit shift enter or shift return from the keyboard, or you can use the run button and you can see from 2 to 5. And do notice that 2 is included and also 5 is included. The two terms after using the between with the and keyword here, 2 and 5, were included in the result set. Let's change this to clarify this concept. Change 2 to 5 for example, and 5 to another example which is 8 here. Hit shift enter. Now as shown here, the output was changed. The first one is this record where player ID is equal to 5, and the last one where player ID is equal to 8, exactly as you can see. The between operator is so useful to filter the data, to fetch specified records from an existing table. Now it's time to use the in operator. As we said previously, the in operator will give you the result if the operand is equal to 1 of a list of expressions. So type where player ID in and inside the round braces 3 and 5 and execute this program, and you will get in the output these two records only, 3 and 5, where player ID is equal to 3 and the player ID is equal to 5. You can change these two parameters from here to, for example, 5 and 9. Execute the program again. You can see the output was changed. The result set was changed here to 5 and 9. And to clarify this, let's take another example for another column with another data type. For example, let's use this team column. In this case here, we want to retrieve all the records that match this condition here, where team is equal to lion team and team is equal to tiger team, all the records. So hit shift enter and you can see all the records here that have these two values, lion and tiger only. That's all about it for this lesson. And to master all these concepts, try this by yourself. Try to use the same examples with different values by yourself and compare the results. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson about data types in SQL. What are data types? Data types are classifications that identify possible values for and operations that can be done on the data, as well as the way the data in that field is stored in the database. There are three main data types in the SQL language. The data type lets the database know what to expect from each column and also determines the kind of interactions that can occur. For example, if you want a column to contain only integers, you can use the integer data type. If you want to store text, you can use the text data type, etc., etc. Let's get started. Let's start with the first category of data types in SQL, which is numeric types of data. There are many numeric data types to store numbers. For example, small int, integer, big int, decimal, etc., etc., exactly as you can see. The second types of data, or the second category of data types, is string types. And you can use this type of data to store text. If you want to store text, you can use char to store characters of fixed length. You can use var_char to store characters up to given length, or you can use text to store characters without limitation. All these three data types are strings in this category. The third one is to store date and time. There are three data types to do that. You can use timestamp to store date and time. You can use the date data type to store only date. And if you want to store only time, you can use the time data type. Okay, these are the three main data types, or the three main categories for data types in the SQL language: numeric, string, and date and time. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. When creating any table inside the database, we can put the data type for each column, and all the values inside that column are of the same data type. Suppose we want to create a new table here inside our database. You can specify the data type for each column while creating this table. Let's create our table using the create table statement. You know, there are three main data types in the SQL language: integers, strings, and date and time data types. And there are many types of string data types. There are many types of integer numbers based on the size, and there are three types of date and time. Here in this example, we want to create a table, so we type create table followed by the table name customers, and inside the rounded braces after this certain table, and inside this customers table we want to create 4 columns: customer ID, customer first name, order date, and customer notes. Each one has its own data type. Each column from these columns has its own data type, so type the data type for each column after the name of this column, and separate between the columns using comma. Type customer ID followed by its data type, which is int. Int refers to integer. Customer first name and its data type is string data type. Var_char is a string, and this is the size of this string. Then comma, then the next one order date and its data type is date, then comma, and the last column, or the header of the last column, customer notes, and its data type is text. Text is a string also, collection of characters. Now, once you hit Shift Enter or Shift Return, you will see this table is created inside this PostgreSQL database. So hit Shift Enter, voila. This new table is created, and these are the columns of this table: customer ID, customer first name, order date, and customer notes. And you can specify the data types of any table by using the same way we used here. You can specify the data type for each column after the column name. And if you want to insert new records to this existing table, to the columns of this existing table, you can use the insert into statement with the values keyword, as we did previously. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson about constraints in SQL. What are constraints in SQL? Why do we use them? And how can we write constraints for each column in the SQL language? SQL constraints are used to specify rules for the data in a table. You can use constraints to limit the type of data that can go into a table. This ensures the accuracy and the reliability of the data in the table. If there is any violation between the constraint and the data action, the action is aborted. Let's get started. Why constraints? As we said previously, we use constraints to add rules to the columns of a table. Also, if you want to control the data inside columns in a table, you can use constraints. Now, let's talk about the syntax. How can we write constraints in the SQL language? When creating a table using the create table query followed by the table name, you can see inside the round braces here, column name followed by the data type and the constraint. And there are different constraints or rules available in the SQL language. We will talk about all of them in the next step. So type the column name like column 1 followed by data type, then constraint, then comma, column 2, data type, constraint, etc., etc. Now let's move to talk about the most commonly used constraints in the SQL language. The first constraint is not null, to ensure that a column cannot have any null values. The next one is unique. All in uppercase letters, exactly as you can see, because these are keywords in the SQL language, and by convention we use all of them all in uppercase letters. Unique, to ensure that all values in a column are different or unique. Next, primary key, a combination of a not null and unique. Uniquely identifies each row or record in a table. Foreign key, to prevent actions that would destroy links between tables. Check, to ensure that the values in a column satisfies a specific condition. And if you want to set a default value for a column, if no value is specified, you can use the default constraint. The last one is create index, and this is used to create and retrieve data from the database very quickly. These are the most commonly constraints in the SQL language to apply certain conditions or restrictions on the database. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How do we add rules or constraints to columns when creating a table? Hi everyone. Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I will show you practically how to use constraints in the SQL language, how to add some rules for columns to control the data that can be stored in columns. Let's get started. There are many constraints in the SQL language, such as not null, unique, primary key, foreign key, check, default, and create index. Let's get started. If you want to add a constraint when creating a new table, you can add it after the data type of this table. Type the column name followed by the data type followed by the constraints. Suppose we want to create a new table and this table is called client. And if you want to add this new table, or if you want to add a constraint for any column, you can type it after the data type. For example, here, suppose we want to add not null. Type it here after the data type directly. to avoid adding any null value inside this column called customer ID. And also you can do the same thing for any column from these columns here. Let's add not null here. Suppose we want to add the unique constraint for these two columns, so that the column must have unique value. So in this example, after this constraint not null, type unique, all in uppercase letters. These are keywords in the SQL language, and the same thing here, not null then unique. And if you want to add the primary key constraint here instead of not null and unique, you can do so. The primary key constraint is a combination of not null and unique constraints, and this means that the column value is used to uniquely identify the row or the record. Let's add the primary key here. Type it after the data type of this column, primary key here. Now you can hit Shift Enter or Shift Return to execute this to create this new table. Voila, this table was created successfully, called client. And you can see here, this is customer ID, its data type is integer, and because the constraint of this table is primary key, you can see this symbol or this icon here before this column name here. Then customer first name, order date, and customer notes, or any columns you wish. This is about adding constraints while creating a table. If you need to add a constraint for any column, you can use the same way or the same methodology we used here. And if you want to add values or records for this table called client, you can do so by using the insert into statement with the values keyword or statement. You can insert as many records as you wish with new values for customer ID, customer first name, order date, and customer notes based on the data type of each column. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will explore how to create databases and tables in the SQL language. So how do you create a database with SQL? How do you create a table? Which commands are used to create SQL tables and databases? Let's get started. To create tables in the SQL language, you need to create a database first. And to create a database, you need to use the create database statement or query, all in uppercase letters. Create database. These are keywords in the SQL language. And if you want to create a new table, you can use the create table statement, all in uppercase letters also. If you want to create a new table or any number of tables inside a database, you can use the create table statement, all in uppercase letters also. Now let's see the syntax for creating databases and tables in the SQL language. First of all, as we said previously, to create a database, you need to use the create database statement. Type it all in uppercase letters followed by the database name. You can name this database any name you wish and semicolon at the end of the statement. Once you execute it, you will see this database is created successfully. And to create a table inside this database, you can use the create table statement followed by the table name. And inside around the braces, you can specify columns, the data type for each column, and constraints. The column name followed by data type followed by the needed constraint, then comma, column 2, the column name for the column 2, data type, constraint, etc., etc. After closing the round braces, don't forget to place semicolon at the end of the statement also. Once you execute it in the database management system tool, you will see this table is created successfully inside the specified database. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How can we create new tables and insert new rows or records and values into these tables? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson.
A table in general is a combination of columns and rows or records, and to create a table in the SQL language you need to use the keyword create table or this statement create table, and after this inside the rounded braces you can define the structure of this table by adding names to columns and providing data type and size of data to be stored in columns, and also you can add constraints, some rules for these columns. In this lesson I'll show you how to create new columns with new names, data types, constraints, and also how to use the insert into statement with the values statement to insert new values or new records into this new table. Let me show you this in action. Let's create a new table completely. We need to create a new table, and the name of this table is called fruits. Use the create table statement all in uppercase letters, and after this certain table or the table name fruits. In our example here we want to create this new table, and inside the rounded braces of the create table statement after the table name insert or adding names to columns and providing data types with constraints. You can add the column name followed by the data type of this column followed by some rules to control the data inside this column. For example, here we want to create 3 columns: fruit ID, fruit name, and fruit code. After the fruit ID column, you can see we use pseudo type, and this type is called serial. And by assigning the serial pseudo type to the fruit ID column, the PostgreSQL database will create a sequence object and set the next value generated by the sequence as the default value for the column. And also Postgre will add a not null constraint to the fruit ID column, because a sequence always generates an integer value or int, which is a not null value. And also the PostgreSQL database will assign the owner of the sequence to the fruit ID column. As a result, the sequence object is deleted when the fruit ID column or table is dropped. So use the serial pseudo type here, or in some relational databases you can use auto increment. So when we create new records, we don't need to insert new values for this column fruit ID. The first one will be 1, the second one will be 2, then 3, etc, etc. Then primary key, comma, and the second column fruit name varchar, and its size is 50 and not null to avoid adding null values for this column for any value inside this column. And the last one, fruit code, this is the last column or the third column in the fruits table, and its data type is varchar string, its size is 10, also its constraint is not null here. Now if you want to execute this to create the fruits table, you need to hit shift enter or shift return from the keyboard, or you can use the run button from over here, and the result exactly as you can see here inside the PostgreSQL databases. We've created this table fruits with the 3 columns fruit ID with the icon of this primary key here before the column name, the second column fruit name, its data type is character varying or string, its size is 50, fruit code, and after this you can see its data type, and as shown here its data type is character varying or varchar, and inside the rounded braces its size, which is 10, collection of characters with the size of 10. Now we want to insert new records with new values for this table into this fruits table. You can do so by using the insert into statement. Let's try this. To insert new values into the fruits table, type insert into fruits. Then use the values statement all in uppercase letters by convention for the keywords of the SQL language. We want to insert 3 records into this fruits table. The values of the first record are apple for fruit name, and its code is
AP01, banana for fruit name, and the value of fruit code is BA01, and the third one is orange, and the value of the fruit code is OR01. Separate between these records using comma, and you know that. And at the end of this query, use semicolon to mark the end of this query. But in this example, if you try to execute this query, you will get an error in the result window, because we need to specify the column names here, these two columns, because we want to add values for only 2 columns from these 3 columns here. So try to specify the column names. Inside the round braces, type fruit name, comma, fruit code. Now you can execute this program and you will get the result. You will see all the data will be inserted into this fruits table here. Let's show the data of this table. To fetch all the table, you can see for the fruit ID, the values of this table were added automatically and auto-incremented also automatically by using serial in PostgreSQL, or you can use the auto-increment pseudo type in other databases. Also, you can see the values for fruit name and the values for fruit code here. 3 records were inserted successfully into the fruits table, and you can use the same way to add as many tables as you want. If you want to create a new table with new records and new values, you can use the same methodology we used here. Also, there is an important option here you can use if not exists. Because if you try to create a table that already exists inside the PostgreSQL database or any relational database using the SQL language, you will get an error because this table already exists. We can add this optional command if not exists here while creating a new table to avoid getting that error. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Previously, we saw how to create a new table by using the create table statement, and also how to insert new records into this existing table after creating it by using the insert into statement with the values keyword. And in this lesson, I will show you another way to create a new table. It's possible in the SQL language to create a new table based on an existing table. For example, here, this existing table, players 01, you can create new table based on this table to copy specified records from this table into the new table, and this is by using the create table statement with the as keyword or the as statement, all in uppercase letters by convention. Let me show you this in action. Use the create table statement, type create table followed by the new name for the new table, Tiger Team Players. We want to choose the Tiger Team players only from the players 01 table, and we want to insert them in a new table called Tiger Team Players. Use the as keyword, and inside the round braces after the as keyword, type select all from players 01 where team is equal to Tiger Team. We want to filter the players 01 where team is equal to Tiger Team. Now, if you try to execute this, you will see the new table was created, Tiger Team Players, with all the Tiger Team values from the players 01 table. Hit Shift Enter to execute this. Voila, this Tiger Team Players was created successfully here with all the columns. You can select specified columns instead of using the asterisk sign here or this asterisk symbol. But in this case, we want to select all the columns from players 01 table where team is equal to Tiger Team. So if you want to read the data or if you want to select the entire table, you will see any value here in the team column is Tiger Team based on this filter here. This is from the players 01 table. You can create a new table based on another table using the same methodology by using these keywords create table and as here, and type the nested query inside the round braces of the as keyword here and semicolon to mark the end of this query. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi there. In this lesson, we will talk about dropping databases and tables. What is the drop database statement in SQL? What is a drop table statement in SQL? How do you drop tables and databases in SQL query? What is the syntax of dropping a database or dropping a table in SQL? We will explore all of this in this lesson. So let's get started. One way to remove an existing SQL database is by using the drop database statement. Use it in SQL query all in uppercase letters because these are keywords in the SQL language. And be careful before deleting or dropping a database, because deleting a database will result in loss of complete information stored in this database. So be careful by using the drop database statement. Also, if you want to drop tables from an existing database, you can do so easily by using the drop table statement all in uppercase letters by convention, because these are SQL statements or keywords in the SQL language. And also you have to know that deleting a table will result in loss of complete information stored in this table. So be careful. So how can we write the drop database statement in the SQL editor? How can we write the drop table statement also in the SQL editor to execute it? To answer these questions, you need to see the syntax of drop database and drop table statements. If you want to remove or delete an existing database completely, you can use this syntax, drop database followed by the database name. And at the end of this statement, we have semicolon. Once you execute this command in the SQL editor, you will see the selected database is deleted successfully. Also, if you want to delete an existing table completely, you can use the syntax drop table all in uppercase letters by convention followed by the existing table name and semicolon at the end of the statement. Once you type it, you need to execute it, and after this you will see the selected table will be deleted successfully and will result in loss of complete information stored in this existing table. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How can we remove an existing table completely? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. Previously we covered how to use the delete from keyword and also how to use the truncate keyword in the SQL language to remove the records of an existing table. And if you want to remove an existing table completely with all information stored in that table, you can do so by using the drop table statement. You can use the drop table statement if you want to delete the table or if you want to drop an existing table completely. Let me show you this in action. Here we have two tables. You can work with any tables inside the database as you wish. Suppose we want to remove or delete the demo table completely, and deleting this table will result in loss of complete information stored in the demo table. You will see after executing this statement here, the demo table was removed successfully. Hit Shift Enter or Shift Return, and you can see the demo table was removed successfully from here with all information stored in this demo table. You can do the same thing with any table. All what you need to do is to type drop table followed by the table name, an existing table name, then semicolon at the end of this statement. And if you want to remove only the data inside an existing table, you can use the delete from statement or the truncate table statement in the SQL language. But these two statements won't remove the table itself. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. What does alter table do in SQL? How do you add a column in SQL using alter table? How do you rename a column in SQL using alter table? How do you modify a column? How do you delete a column? How do you rename an existing table inside a database? To answer all these questions correctly, you need to know about the alter table statement in the SQL language. So let's get started.
You can use the alter table statement in SQL to modify tables. The alter table statement or command adds, deletes, or modifies columns in a table. Also, you can use this command if you want to add or delete various constraints in a table. And if you want to rename a table completely, you can use the alter table statement. So, how can we write it? Let's see the syntax of the alter table statement in the SQL language. First, you can see the syntax for adding columns. Alter table, all in uppercase letters, followed by the existing table name, and use the add keyword followed by the column name, the selected column, followed by the data type to add this new column completely, and don't forget to place semicolon at the end of this query here. Next, if you want to drop columns, you can use the alter table statement with the drop column keywords. Use the alter table followed by the existing table name, then the drop column statement followed by certain table name and semicolon to drop or delete the selected column completely with all information. Also, you should know that some database systems don't allow deleting a column. Do you want to rename a column? You can do so easily. Here is the syntax for this. Alter table followed by the existing table name and the rename column statement. Insert the old name or the existing column name, then the new name for this column to rename it, to modify this column with this new name, and semicolon at the end of this query or statement in the SQL language. Finally, if you want to edit or modify column, you can use its syntax, alter table followed by the existing table name, then use the alter column statement followed by the existing column name and its data type. You can use the syntax if you want to change or modify the data type of a column in an existing table. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you practically how to use the alter table statement in SQL. You can use this statement to add, delete, or modify columns in an existing table. For example, you can add a new column to this table here, players 01, if you wish. In addition to these columns, you can add a new column by using the alter table statement with the add keyword or add statement. Also, if you want to drop an existing column from these columns, you can use the alter table statement with the drop column statement. And do notice that some database management systems don't allow deleting a column from an existing table. Also, if you want to rename a column, you can use the alter table statement with the rename column statement. And if you want to modify an existing column, if you want to modify the data type of an existing column, for example, to change its data type, you can do so by using the alter table statement with the alter column statement or modify column statement in some databases. Let's see this in action. Let's get started by using the alter table statement with the add statement in the SQL language to add a new column to this existing table here, players 01. So we're gonna say alter table players 01, add player num or player number and its data type int, and semicolon at the end of the statement. We want to modify this existing table players 01, so we typed alter table before the name of this table, and in the next line the add keyword or the add statement in uppercase letters, because this is another keyword from the SQL language, followed by the name of the new column, player number. We want to add this new column to this existing table, players 01. All the values of the player number column should be integer numbers. Now hit shift enter or shift return to execute this program. Now let's see the players 01 table. You can see here this new column was added successfully at the end of this players 01 table. You can do the same thing with any table you wish. You can add as many columns as you wish. You can add another column if you wish, with another data type. Also, if you want to add a constraint, you can do so. Now, let's take another example. Let's use the alter table statement to drop a column, to delete a column completely from this players O1 table. We want to drop the player number column from the players O1 table. So let's say alter table players O1, and in the next line drop column player number. After the drop column statement, type the existing column or any column you want to drop, and be careful when using the drop column statement, because this column player number or any column you type after it will be removed completely from this table. Hit Shift Enter. Now let's see the players O1 table. The new column player number was dropped from this table, the players O1 table, completely. Now let's take another example. Let's rename a column by using the rename column statement with the alter table statement. To rename any column from these columns here inside the players O1 table, we want to change the name of the column team to team name. We want to modify the header of this column team. So type alter table players O1, and in the next line place rename column team to team name. Type the old name here after the rename column statement, then 2 in uppercase letters, followed by the new name for this column. We want to change the name of this column to be team name here. And after executing this by hitting Shift Enter, go ahead and you will see here the name was changed successfully. This is the new name, team name. You can use the same methodology we used here to rename any column from these columns. You can rename player ID, first name, last name, etc., etc. Now let's take another example, and this example will be about changing the data type of an existing column in an existing table. We want to modify the data type of an existing column. You can use the alter column statement or modify column statement in some databases with the alter table statement to do so. So type alter table players O1, then in the next line alter column and the column name team name, followed by the type keyword and the new data type. The new data type for this column is text instead of the current data type, which is varchar and its size 10, or character varying and its size is 10. Now we need to execute this to see these changes in the output. Hit Shift Enter. Now let's see these changes. You can see here the data type of this column was changed to be text instead of varchar. You can change any data type by using the same methodology here. In the SQL Server, you can use the alter column statement with the alter table statement. In MySQL, you can use the modify column statement. In Oracle, you can use the modify statement with the alter table statement. And as you can see in this example here, you can use the alter column statement with the type keyword with the alter table statement here to modify the data type for any column from these columns for an existing table, exactly as you can see here in players O1. You can change any data type from these data types for these columns. Try to change the data type for the first name column or any column from these columns by yourself to master all these concepts practically. Now let's use the drop column statement to drop an existing column or to remove a column from these columns here. Suppose we want to remove the column that is called rating. You can use the drop column statement with the alter table statement to do so. Type alter table players O1 and in the next line drop column followed by certain column followed by the existing column which is rating. Here we want to remove this column from this players 01 table. We want to delete this column completely, so you need to use this command here with the alter table statement. Hit shift enter or shift return and open the players 01 database. You can see the rating column was removed successfully with all the information. That column was removed successfully, completely. Finally, let me show you how to rename an existing table. One way to rename an existing table is by using the rename to statement with the alter table statement. So we want to rename this table here, for example, players 01 to be players instead of players 01. So type alter table players 01 and in the next line place rename to and the new name players and semicolon at the end of this query. Now if you try to execute this query, you will see the new name for this table. Hit shift enter. You can see here the new name for this table. This table now is players instead of players 01. You can rename any table by using the same methodology we used here. That's all about it for this lesson. The alter table statement is so powerful as we saw here. You can use it to add a new column, you can use it to drop columns, to rename columns, and also if you want to modify the data type of any column, you can do so without any problems. And also you can rename any existing table. And if you want to rename this table, you can use this option from here. Also, if you want to rename any column, you can use this option from here. And if you want to drop any existing column, you can use the drop option from here. Click on it and you will see this existing column will be deleted successfully, will be deleted completely from this existing table. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What is the order by clause in SQL? How do you do order by in SQL? What is the order by condition in the SQL language? How can you write and use the order by to sort data in the SQL language? Let's illustrate the order by clause in the SQL language. The order by statement is used to sort the records, and by default it sorts the records or rows in an existing table in ascending order. However, if you want to sort the records in descending order, you can use the DESC keyword, refers to descending. Let's see the syntax to show how can we use the order by with the select statement. When using the select query with the from keyword to select or retrieve data, you can use the order by statement or keyword here, all in uppercase letters. These are SQL keywords, followed by the specified columns, separate between them using commas to sort the records in ascending or descending order for these columns. And the output will be in a new table or a new result set. So, is order by necessary in SQL? Of course, you can use it to sort or sum up data. The SQL order by clause is not mandatory, rather it's a helpful tool. Whenever you need to sort your data in ascending or descending order, you can use it, and semicolon at the end of the query. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. See you again next lesson.
Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you practically how to sort the data inside the result set. You can use the order by statement in the SQL language to sort the result set or the result table in either ascending order or descending order. Let's see this practically. Let's sort the data of this table called players 01 in ascending order. Type select all from players 01 order by first name and semicolon at the end of this query. This syntax or this query here selects all the players 01 table and then sorts them in ascending order by first name here, this column here, in ascending order by default. So you don't need to use any keywords like ASC stands for ascending order, hit shift enter or shift return, and you can see the complete result set here, the full table based on the ascending order for this column. First name here A, then D, then J, then M, etc, etc. Ascending order, the letter A comes first, then the next one, etc, etc. And if you try to use the ASC keyword, stands for ascending order, to sort the selected records in an ascending order for the first name or the values of the column called first name, you can do so. You will get the same result. Hit shift enter, voila, we got the same output here, the same result set. Also, you can sort the data in descending order by using the DESC keyword. Let me show you this. Here, type after order by first name the keyword DESC stands for descending order. We want to sort the selected records in descending order for the first name. Hit shift enter, you can see S comes first, then R, then N, and the last one is the letter A. That's all about how to sort the data or the selected records in the result set. Also, you can use multi-columns instead of using a single column like this example here. Separate between them using comma. For example, here you can insert the team column and hit shift enter, and you can see in this example here the SQL language selects all the records and then sorts them by first name. If the first name repeats more than once, it sorts those records by team in descending order, and the output exactly as you can see here. All what you need to do is to execute this by using the run button or shift enter, and you will get the same output or the same result set here. Try by yourself to use the same keywords ASC and DESC to sort the selected records to master these concepts. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What does the union operator do in SQL? What does the union all operator do in the SQL language? What is the difference between union and join in SQL? Is union better than join or join better than union in SQL? Does union remove duplicates or union all? To answer all these questions, let's explore the union and union all operators in the SQL language. The union operator is used to combine the data from the result of two or more select command queries into a single distinct result set. When selecting records from two or more tables using the union operator, every select statement within the union operator must have the same number of columns. The columns must also have similar data types. Also, the columns in every select statement must be in the same order. Well, does union remove duplicates? Of course, the union operator concatenates the results of two queries and removes duplicate values. Now it's time to see how can we write the union operator. Let's see the syntax of the union operator in SQL. The union operator here in this syntax uses two select statements to join or combine table 1 and table 2. Select, then the column name followed by the from keyword and the table 1. And the second select statement, select with the column name, then the from keyword followed by the table 2 and semicolon at the end of this query. You can see the union operator between them to combine table 1 and table 2, and the two select statements here must have the same number of columns, and these columns must also have similar data types. Now let's talk about the difference between union and join. What is the difference between them? Union will be faster as it simply passes the first select statement and then parses the second select statement and adds the result to the end of the output table. The major difference between join and union in SQL:
Using the join clause, we combine the attributes of two given relations and, as a result, from tuples, whereas we use the union clause when we want to combine the results obtained from two queries, as in the syntax for the union operator. So, join and union both combine data differently. What can we do if we want to include duplicate values in the result set? In this case, we need to use the union all operator instead of using the union operator. The union operator, it selects only distinct values. However, the SQL union all operator is used to combine the result sets of two or more select statements and doesn't remove duplicate rows between the various select statements. All records are returned. Also, you need to know that each select statement within the union all operator must have the same number of fields in the result sets with similar data types. Is union all faster than union? Considering performance, union is slower as it uses distinct sort operation to eliminate duplicates, but the union all operator is faster as it won't care about duplicates and selects all the records from the involved tables. How can we write the union all operator? You can see the syntax of the union all operator here. Two of the select queries to combine two tables, table 1 and table 2, and use the union all operator in between them, all in uppercase letters. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hi everyone. Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you how to combine two tables by using union and union all. First of all, we're gonna use the union operator. The union operator is used to combine the result set or the result table of two or more select statements or tables. And you should know that every select statement within union operator must have the same number of columns. And if records of tables are the same, those records are only included once in the result set. The union operator is used to select only unique values or distinct or different values by default. Let me show you this in action by taking a simple example. We have three tables here, demo, employees, and players 01. We're gonna use the union operator with these two tables, employees and players 01. To use the union operator with the two select statements, one for employees and another one for players 01, type select first name from employees and union, then select first name from players 01. You need to know that the columns must also have similar data types. So you can see here in this example, first name and first name, the two columns are strings. Also, there is an important point, which is the columns in every select statement must be in the same order. So use the union operator between these two queries here, these two select queries, and hit shift enter or shift return, and you will get the result here without any duplicates, and you can see all the values are unique. No repetition in the result set, and the result set, its header is first name. Now, to clarify this concept, let's change this first name to another column. We want to combine the values of these two columns, employee ID and player ID, from the two tables, employees and players 01. And the header in this case will be employee ID, and the header will be employee ID. And if you want to change the header in the result set or to rename it in the result set, use the as keyword as we did here as union employee. So the header will be union employee instead of employee ID, and the output will contain all the unique values for the records of these two columns, employee ID and player ID, from employees and players 01. Hit shift enter or shift return, and you can see the output, the header for this new result set here, and the output is unique. No repetition or no duplicates for numbers. all the values are different. And if you want to contain duplicates here, to include duplicates, you can use union all instead of the union operator. The union all operator allows duplicate values, and this is very different from the union operator. The union operator selects only different values by default. Now hit Shift Enter to see the difference in the output. Voila! You can see here we have duplicate values, 1 and another one here, 2, another 2 here from employee ID and the player ID. That's all about it for this lesson about combining the result set of two tables. You can use the same methodology we used here for different tables. Try to do this by yourself to master these concepts practically. Practice and practice to master these concepts. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What is SQL Any? What is SQL All? Why do we use these operators in the SQL language? And how to use the any and all operators in SQL? To answer these questions, let's get started to discuss any and all. In general, any and all operators are used with where or having. Any and all operate on subqueries that return multiple values, and we use them to compare between a single column value and a range of other values. Let's start with the any operator. What is the any operator and how can we write it? The any operator returns true if any of the subquery values meet the condition. And here is the syntax of how can we write the any operator in the SQL language. Any means that the condition will be true if the operation is true for any of the values in the specified range. It returns a Boolean value which is true as a result. And the operator must be a standard comparison operator. And don't worry about this, I will show you this practically in a practical lesson. Now let's go ahead to see the second operator, which is the all operator. It returns a Boolean value also as a result. It returns true if all of the subquery values meet the specified condition. You can use it with the select, where and having clauses in the SQL language. And here is the syntax of the all operator. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss practically how to use the any operator. You can use the any operator to compare between a column value and range of other values. And this operator is so powerful. It will return true or the record if there is a match with any value. Let me show you this practically by taking a simple example. All what you need to do is to type select all from players 01 where player ID is equal to any, and inside the round braces insert select employee ID from employees. You can see in this example we have an static query select employee ID from employees. This will return all the employee. This will retrieve all the employee ID from the employees table. This column here completely, and where player ID is equal to any of these values, so the program will select all from the players one table where the player ID is equal to any of the employee ID values. Hit Shift Enter or Shift Return to execute this. Voila, we got this output here exactly as you can see, the full players one table. All these values of the player ID column are matched. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. How do you use the all operator in action? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson I will show you practically how to use another logical operator, which is the all operator. The all operator simply is used to compare a value of the first table with all values of the second table, and the output of using the all operator will be a Boolean value. It returns true or the required record if there is a match with all values. For example, you can use the all operator with the select statement to select all the required records or all the matched records. And also you can compare two tables by using the all operator. Let's take our first example to clarify how to use the all operator. Let's say select all first name from players 01 where true. We need to list all the first name for all the players from the players 01 table where true. This condition is true directly. You can type another condition instead of true, this boolean value in the where clause. However, we need to clarify this concept in this example here. So use the all operator with the select statement all in uppercase letters. The all operator or the all statement is another keyword from the SQL language, from the SQL library, and followed by the field, and the field name in this case is first name. You can replace it with another column if you wish. You can select last name, team, shirt number, etc., etc. You can select as many fields as you wish and see the differences in the result set after this. Now, once you execute this by hitting Shift Enter or Shift Return, you can see all the players' first name here, from the first record to the last record of this table called players 01. You can replace this to be last name instead of first name. The field was changed successfully. Now execute the program again. You can see the result set was changed successfully to be last name instead of the first name. If you want to list all the matched records based on a specified condition, you can do so by using the same way. In the next lesson, I'll show you another example of using the all operator. I'll show you how to use the all operator to compare two tables instead of using it with the select statement directly like this example here to select all the matched records from a single table. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Before taking the second example, let's change the condition or the filter of the select all query here. Let's change the true condition from the where clause to be another condition to clarify this concept here. For example, let's change this condition to be player ID is equal to 3. This is the condition instead of using true directly. And once you execute this program or this query, you will see this. All the required or the matched records. The program selects all the records based on this condition here. And you can change this condition to be another condition to be player ID is equal to 4, 5, etc., etc. Now, let's take our second example. Let's compare two tables by using the all operator. In the subquery of the all operator in this example, we need to use another table. So let's import it. We imported another table here in the PostgreSQL database, which is the employees table. We're gonna use it here in the subquery of the all operators. So type select first name from the existing table players 01 where player ID is greater than all, and use the subquery here to compare the two tables. The condition of the where clause here contains the all operator with the subquery. The subquery contains another select query or the subquery from another table. In this example here, the SQL statement lists all the first name from players 01 table based on this condition here. Employee ID is equal to 7, and we need to select from the players 01 table all the values that are greater than 7. So hit Shift Enter or Shift Return to execute this program. You can see we have these two records, only the required records. To clarify this, let's select player ID in addition to first name and hit Shift Enter again. You can see we have in the player ID 8 and 9 greater than 7 here. This is the subquery to add a condition to compare these two tables, players 01 and employees. Also, you can change this operator here to be less than instead of greater than and execute the program again. Now the output or the result set was changed successfully. All these values are less than 7. Now you can add another column if you wish here, or you can change this condition. You can change this condition to be equal to, and you can see in this example here we got a single record, and the value of the single record is player ID is 7, first name is Manuel, exactly as you can see. You can replace this with another table. You can compare two tables by using the same methodology we used here. Try to do this by yourself to master this concept. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What does the group by statement do in SQL? How do we group data in SQL? Let's get started to answer these questions theoretically by discussing the group by statement in the SQL language. The group by statement is used to group rows or records that have the same values into summary rows. For example, finding the number of players in each team. The group by statement is often used with the aggregate functions. For example, count, max, minimum, sum, average, to group results set by one or more columns. Now, how can we write the group by statement in the SQL language? To know that, you can see here, select the column name or column names from an existing table name, the where statement to add a condition, and the group by statement here. After the group by statement, specify the column names to group the records of these columns that have the same values into summary rows or records, and the output will be in a new result set. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How can we use the group by statement in the SQL language? How can we use it practically? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about another useful statement from the SQL statements, which is the group by statement. You can use the group by statement to group records that have the same values into summary records by one or more columns. For instance, you can find the number of players in each team for the players one table. And in SQL or SQL, the group by statement often used with aggregate functions such as count, min, max, etc. etc. Let's see this practically. Let's take our first example. Let's say select team count star as t number from players 01. In this example here, we need to retrieve two columns. The first one in the result set will be team, and the second column in the result set will be t number. We used the as keyword here to rename the column count star in the output or in the result set to be t number, and this is to find the number of players in each team from players 01 table. And before selecting the columns or the fields, the group by statement will group all the records that have the same values into summary records by team by using this column called team from the players 01 table. Now it's time to execute this program. Once you execute this program by using the run button or shift enter or shift return from the keyboard, you will see the result set. We have two columns. The first one team and the second one is t number. You can rename t number to be player's number or any valid name as you wish. It's up to you. As shown here, the number of players in each team. In the tiger team we have 3 players, so we've got 3 in the t number column. Lion team 3 players, and for the last one fox team we have 3 players. The count function is an aggregate function here to count the number of players in this example in each team. However, you can use another aggregate function like min, max, etc. etc. Let's take another example to clarify this. In the second example here, type select team min rating as min rating from players 01, group by team. In this example here, we need to find the minimum rating in each team.
you will get in the output two columns, team and min rating. The as keyword here is used to rename the min rating process or the aggregate function for the rating column to be min rating instead of min in the header of the column in the result set. So you will get team and min rating in the result table, and you need to use the group by statement here to group this by team, by the team column. Go ahead and hit shift enter or shift return to execute this query, and you will get the minimum rating for each team in the result set. We got, as shown here in the result pane, two columns and the minimum rating of tiger team, the minimum rating of lion team, and the minimum rating or the smallest rate in the fox team. The minimum function or the min function is used to get the smallest value in a sequence or in a number of values. And for this example here, you can change the min function to be the max function to get the largest value in a number of values. Instead of the minimum rating, you will get the maximum rating or the largest rating in each team. You will get the biggest rating in the tiger team, the biggest rating in the lion team, etc., etc. And also don't forget to replace min rating to be max rating or largest rating or any proper name. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. What is having clause in SQL? How can we use it? What is the difference between having and where clause? Can we use having without group by clause in SQL or not? To answer all these questions, let's illustrate the having clause in the SQL language theoretically. Let's get started. A having clause in the SQL language is used to specify that a SQL select statement must only return rows where aggregate values meet the specified conditions. What does that mean? Simply, the having clause in SQL is used if we need to filter the result set based on aggregate functions such as min, max, sum, etc., etc. What is the main difference between where and having clause in SQL? If where clause is used to filter the records from a table that is based on a specified condition, then the having clause is used to filter the record from the groups based on the specified condition. The having clause is used with aggregate functions, but the where clause can't be used with aggregate functions. Also, you should know that the having clause is executed after the group by clause, but in the where clause is executed before the group by clause. Well, can we use having without group by clause? A query with a having clause should also have a group by clause. If you omit group by, all the records not excluded by the where clause return as a single group, because no grouping is performed between the where and having clauses. They can't act independently of each other. The where clause is faster than having, because having uses more memory. Now it's time to see how can we write the having clause in the SQL language. This is the syntax of having. Select from where, then use the group by, having with its condition, and the order by statement at the end of the syntax. Can we use both where and having? Actually, yes. You can create a where clause and having clause involving the same column. Don't worry about all these concepts. I'll show you every single thing here practically. I'll show you in action step by step how to use all of them correctly. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. See you again next lesson. There is another way to add a condition in the SQL language, in the SQL query. You can add a condition by using the having clause. So how can we do this? If you want to filter records in the result table based on an aggregate function, you can do so by using the having clause. And previously we used the where statement to do this, but you cannot use aggregate functions with the where statement, but you can use them with the having clause. And in this lesson I'll show you how to use the having clause to add a condition with and without aggregate functions. Let's get started. The first example, type select player ID rating from players 01, group by player ID and rating, having rating greater than 90 and semicolon. In this example here, the SQL statement will group player ID and rating based on this condition, rating greater than 90. And in the output, in the result set, you will see two columns. The SQL query here selects player ID and rating from the players 01 table. Let's execute this program by using Shift Enter or Shift Return to show the result set. Voila! Based on the condition rating is greater than 90, you can see in the rating column in the result table all the values are greater than 90, 92, 92, 93 and 91. And to make everything clear to understand, you can change this operator here to be less than and execute the program again, and you can see in the result table the differences. All the values in the rating column are less than 90. In this example here, we have three values, three records, 88, 87 and 86. This is just a simple example of using the having clause to add a condition to filter records in the result table. This example without using any aggregate function in the having clause to filter records, just comparison operator in the condition of the having clause. Let's take another example to use the having clause with an aggregate function to filter records. And you cannot do the same thing with the where clause. You cannot use the where clause with aggregate functions to filter records. Before typing our example, let's comment this block of code here by using /* and */. This will be multi-line comment. Now let's type our second example. Select count team from players 01, group by team, having count player ID greater than 1. You'll get in the result set two tables, the count of players and team, and the group by statement will group this by team based on this condition here. The count of players is greater than 1, and you know in the players 01 table each team has 3 players. Tiger team has 3 players, Lion team has 3 players, and Fox team has 3 players. So based on this condition you will get 3 for each team, the count then the team. Go ahead and execute this query, and you can see here we have 2 columns, count and team, 3 for Tiger team, 3 for Lion team, 3 for Fox team. The count of player ID or the count for players now is greater than 1. In the players 01 table there are 3 players in each team, and 3 is greater than 1, so you can change 1 to be 2 and you will get the same result. You will get the same result set in the output pane. Okay, let's replace 1 to be 2 and you will get the same output because the count of players in each team are 3. 3 is greater than 2 also. If you try to change 2 to be 3, you will get nothing in the output. Nothing. The count of players are 3, not greater than 3. And this is based on the condition of the having clause. This is about using the having clause with an aggregate function, which is the count function in this example here. You can use it with another aggregate functions simply by using the same methodology we used here. Try to use the having clause with the count function as we did here by yourself to master this concept. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What are wildcards in SQL? How do you use wildcards in SQL? Hi there, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about wildcards in SQL theoretically. Let's get started. What are wildcards in SQL? A wildcard character is used to substitute one or more characters in a string. Also, wildcard characters are used with the like operator, and the like operator is used with the where clause to search for a specified pattern in a column. Now let's go ahead to talk about how to use wildcards in SQL queries. Let's see some examples to illustrate this. The first wildcard character is the percentage sign, or the remainder, and it is used to represent 0 or more characters. The second wildcard character is underscore to represent exactly one character in a string. Third, square brackets to represent any one character inside brackets. And the last example of wildcard characters in SQL is exclamation mark to exclude characters from a string. That's all about wildcards theoretically in SQL. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you practically how to use SQL wildcard characters. You can use the like operator to search for a specified pattern in a column, and the wildcard character is used to replace or substitute one or more characters in a string. So, let me show you this practically. Let me show you how to use the like operator to search for a specified pattern in a column. Our first example will be about selecting all players 01, all the data from players 01 with a first name starting with A, and this is by using A followed by percentage sign. Type select all from players 01 where first name like A percentage sign inside single quotes. Hit shift enter or shift return. You can see we got this output here. These two values from the first name were matched. This you can see Ali starts with A, Ahmad starts with the same character or the same letter A. You can change this to be another one, for example M, hit shift enter. The output was changed. New result set with two new values, Manuel and Muhammad. Let's take another example by using another wildcard character. Type where first name like and put the A character or letter in between two percentage sign, and this will select all players 01 with a first name containing the pattern A. You should see A in any returned value for the first name column, not at the beginning of the first name but inside the value of first name. And the output exactly as you can see here. This contains A and this name contains A. This contains A. At the middle of this name A and then A. And as another example, type where first name like percentage sign D in this example here to find any value that ends with D in the first name column. Hit shift enter. You can see these values here ending with D for this, also this, and the last name also ends with this letter D. Let's take another example. Replace the previous wildcard character with the new one, underscore O and percentage sign to find any value that have O in the second position. So hit shift enter or shift return, and you can see in the second position for this value O, and the next one O in the second position, and O in the second position also for the last one. So the like operator is very useful to search for a specified pattern in a column. We used it here to search for a specified pattern in this column first name. Try to use it with another column from these columns here, and see the differences in the result set. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What is case expression in SQL? How do you write a condition in case in SQL to perform specific actions? Why use case expression? Hi there, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will talk about the concept of case to perform actions based on conditions. So let's define the case expression. The case expression simply goes through conditions and returns a value when the first condition is met. It's like the if-else statements in programming languages. So once a condition is true, it will stop reading and return the result. If no conditions are true, it returns the value in the else clause. So why do we use this case expression? The case expression is a feature in structured query language that allow you to apply similar logic to database queries and set conditions on how you want to return or display the values in your result set. So if you want to make a decision based on specified condition, you need to use the case expression in the SQL language. How can we write it? How can we write the case expression with its conditions? Let's see this in action by showing the syntax of the case expression in the SQL language. Start the case expression with the case keyword. Then for a single condition you can write the keyword when followed by the condition that has to be satisfied. After that the keyword then and the value for that condition, exactly as you can see in this syntax. When and condition then. This can then be followed by other when or then statements. You can see here we have 3 when and 3 then. If the condition 1 is true, the program will return result 1. If it's not true, the program will skip this condition. If the condition 2 is true and all the previous conditions are false, then the result 2 will be returned. If not, then the program will skip this line and the program will execute the result of the else statement if all the previous conditions of the case expression are false. And don't forget to place the end statement at the end of the case expression here, then semicolon to mark the end of the complete statement in the SQL language or this complete query. Start it with case and finish it with end. That's all about it in this lesson, and I'll show you all these concepts practically with real examples to clarify every single thing you need to know. So don't worry about all these concepts. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hello and welcome to this lesson. Making decisions is very important, and in the SQL language, if you want to make decisions, you can use the case statement. What does this mean? The case statement is used to perform values based on conditions. You can perform tasks by using the case clause or statement on each record while selecting data, and if none of the conditions is matched, you can use the else statement with the case statement. To clarify these concepts, let's use the case statement with the else keyword to make decisions, to perform actions. And we're gonna use the players O1 table here. Let's do this. You need to type select player ID rating to select the 2 columns player ID and rating. Then start the case statement with the case keyword, and inside the case clause use the when keyword to add a condition. The first condition rating greater than 90, then print excellent rating. The next one when rating is equal to 90, then display or print very good rating. And the else keyword, if all the previous conditions are false, then display good rating. And we need to display these values in a new column, and this new column is called rate notes. So to end the case statement, use the end keyword followed by as to give it a new name, to give the new column for the result of this case statement, and this new name is rate notes. Here you can rename it with any name you want. And we want to select player ID rating
and perform these tasks for the players O1 table. So type from to select the data from players O1 to perform these operations here based on our conditions in the case statement. Now let's hit Shift Enter or Shift Return to see the result in the new result set. You can see here, while rating is equal to 90, then very good. Here in the rate notes, and the rate notes is the header of this new column here in the result set. 90, very good rating, and you can see for the value of any rating that is greater than 90, it will give you excellent rating in the rate notes column, and for other values which they are less than 90, it will give you good rating, as in this value here. 87, it will give you good rating, and 88, good rating, and so on. The SQL language here goes through these conditions and returns a value when the first condition is met. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What is the meaning of a function in SQL in general? What are different types of function in SQL? Hi, welcome to this lesson about functions in the SQL language. What is the meaning of a function? A function simply is a series of related statements to perform tasks or certain actions. It's a block of code, and you can pass information into this block of code or into the function body using parameters. You can use a function in the SQL language to return a single value or a table. Also, there are many features of using functions. For example, instead of creating the same function many times and typing many statements, you can reuse the same block of code for many times by calling the function, and you can replicate the common task easily using functions. And in this course, we will talk about different types of functions in the SQL language. What are these types? The first one is aggregate functions, and the second type of functions are scalar functions. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. The first type of functions in the SQL language is aggregate functions. What are aggregate functions of SQL? How to use aggregate functions? How many aggregate functions are available in the SQL language? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. Let's talk about the meaning of an aggregate function in the SQL language. An aggregate function in the SQL language returns one value after calculating multiple values of a column. We often use aggregate functions with the group by and having clauses of the select statement. And if you want to use an aggregate function in the SQL language, first specify an aggregate function that you want to use. For example, min, max, average, sum, etc. etc. Second, put distinct or all modifier followed by an expression inside rounded braces. And if you explicitly use a distinct modifier, the aggregate function ignores duplicate values and only consider the unique values. Let's talk about the different types of aggregate functions in the SQL language. First of all, the average or AVG function to return the average value after calculating from values in a numeric column. The second function is count. You can use this function if you want to count the number of rows or records returned in a select statement. You can use the first function if you want to return the first value of the selected column. The next one, last. The last function is used to return the last value of the selected column, and this function is used only in Microsoft Access. The max function to return the maximum value or the largest number of the selected column. Min to return the minimum value or the smallest number of the selected column. And the last function in aggregate functions of SQL is sum to return the sum of all values of the selected column. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
Welcome to the practical lesson about functions in the SQL language. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson.
How can we use functions? There are many built-in functions in the SQL language for doing operations and also to perform tasks. And you don't need to design or construct any built-in function from those functions. All what you need to do is to call a function by using its name followed by round braces and a specified argument inside those round braces. Let me show you this in action. Let's start with the average function or AVG function in the SQL language, and it's a built-in function. Here in this query type, select AVG rating from players 01. We use the average function in this example here, or AVG function, to get the average number for a numeric column, and this numeric column is called rating inside the round braces of the AVG function. Select to select and retrieve data from players 01 table, and the AVG function simply returns the average value after calculating from values in this rating numeric column or integer column. And once we execute this query here or this program, we'll get the output in a new result table, and the header of the column in the result table is AVG, refers to the average function or the AVG function, and you can see the average value in this case here is 89.888, etc., etc. This example to compute or calculate the average rating for players. And you can change the header of this column by using the as keyword to give an alias or to rename this header or the column header in the output pane or in the result set. As in this example here, as average rating, the new name will be average rating, and this is just a temporary name, not permanently. You can rename it to be another name, another valid name instead of average rating. Use the as keyword to do this and type the as keyword in uppercase letters by convention to make the code more readable and understandable. And once you execute this program, you will see the result set was changed and the header was changed successfully to be average rating instead of AVG, and this is more meaningful. Let's take another example. Let's work with another function. The second function we have here in this lesson is the count function, and this function is so popular and powerful. You can use this function to count the number of rows or records returned in a query or a select statement. However, you cannot use this function with Microsoft Access. To select the number of records in a specified column, type this example here, select count and employee ID inside round braces, then from followed by certain table name. Our existing table name is employees here for this example. To count the number of records or rows for this column, specified column here called employee ID, select count and from all these keywords in uppercase letters by convention. These are SQL keywords, so we type them in uppercase letters to make the code more readable and understandable for anyone. Once you execute this query, you will get the number of records in a new result set. As we did here, in the output pane, the number of records is 9. 9 records or rows in the employee ID. Also, these are the number of records in the existing table completely in the employees table. And the header of the column is count, the name of the function. You can change it by using aliases or by using the as keyword. Change the name of the employee ID column in the result set. For this example here, let's change the count header to be mcount by using the as keyword, as we did here by using this powerful keyword called as. Type it in uppercase letters as we did in the previous example with the other function called AVG. However, the new name in this example is mcount. You can rename it. You can type counting or any meaningful header. The new header will be mcount, and you can see the output was changed after executing this program. M stands for employees count. Also, there is another way to calculate the number of records in a certain table, in the table completely, by using star or asterisk sign inside the round braces of the count function instead of the column name. You can replace it as we did here with asterisk or the star sign and execute the program again, and you will get the same number of records in the output or rows, 9 records or rows in the employees table. You can see in this example here, we don't need to design or to construct the count function. All what you need to do is to call it by using its name followed by round braces, and the argument in this example for this function is star or the asterisk sign, and this is called the calling of the count function. This is so powerful. Another useful function is the max function. The maximum function is used to return the maximum value of the selected column. Our example here, type select max rating as biggest rate from players 01. We use the max function in this example here to get the maximum or the biggest number in the rating column, and the header for this biggest rate in the output will be biggest rate. By using the as keyword, you can remove the as keyword from here, or you can type it followed by the new temporary name to make the new result set more meaningful, and you will get the new header in the output. Simply, you can take a look at the output and you can see in the result table the new header is biggest rate, and the largest or the biggest number in the specified column called rating is 93. You can use this function called max with numeric columns, as in this rating numeric column here, the argument of the max function for this example here. The opposite of this function is the min function to get the smallest value in a specified column. Change max to be min and change the alias also from biggest to be smallest rate, and once you execute this program, you will get the new result set, the new column called smallest rate. This is the header of this column, the new header, the new temporary name for this column in the output by using the as keyword, and the smallest value or the lowest value in the rating column is 86. You can use this min function with any numeric column. These are some aggregate functions, some useful aggregate functions from the SQL library. Now, let's move to talk about another useful functions, another useful type of functions in the SQL language. And the second type of functions is scalar functions. Let's talk about some scalar functions to work with strings, text. The first scalar function we will talk about is the lower function. The lower function to convert the value of a field or a column to lowercase. You will get all the values in a specified column in lowercase letters or in small case. Call this function by using its name, and the argument in this example for this function is first name. This specified or particular column from the players one table type select lower first name as lowercase. This is the alias, the new temporary name for this column in the result set from players 01 and semicolon at the end of the statement. You can use this function, or in some relational databases you can use the lcase function instead of the lower function. And once you execute this query, you will get all the values of this particular column called first name in lowercase letters. You can see all of them in the output pane in a new result set, and the header of this column in the output is lowercase. You can change it to be any meaningful name as you need, as you wish. The opposite of the lower function or the lcase function is the upper function, or you can use the ucase function. change the lower function to be the upper function, and change the old alias to be uppercase instead of lowercase. Once you execute this program, you will get all the values in the first name column in uppercase letters or capital letters instead of lowercase, exactly as you can see in the output pane in the result set, and the new header for the result set, exactly as you can see, is uppercase instead of lowercase, and this is a temporary name by using the as keyword. The upper function in this example here converting all the first names of players 01. By using the same method we used here, you can change first name to be last name to change all the last name for players to be in uppercase letters. Next is the reverse function to reverse a string or text. Type reverse and a particular column inside the round braces of this function, which is job in this example here from the employees table. Select reverse job as reverse jobs from employees. This is just an example to know how it works. You will see the output after executing this program. Once you hit shift enter, you can see in the new result table or in the new result set, all the jobs from the employees table were reversed successfully. You can use the reverse function to reverse any string, and this is a powerful function. Exactly as you can see here, you can change job to be another string column from an existing table instead of job in this example here. Also, you can rename it in the output or in the result set by using the as keyword. The last function we have in this example is the length function. You can use this function to return the length of the value in a text field. If you want to know the length or the number of characters of the value in a string column, you can use the length function, or in some relational databases you can use the len function, len instead of length in this example here. In this example here, type select length first name as first name length from players 01. This example, to get the length of each value in the first name column from the players 01 table, and the new header or the new temporary name for the column in the result set is first name length, and you can see this in the output after executing this program here. We got the length of the first names in this players 01 table. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
Inner join in SQL. What is the meaning of inner join in the SQL language? How to join two tables using the inner join keyword. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. What is the meaning of inner join in the SQL language? The inner join statement is used to select records that have matching values in both tables. The inner join keyword simply is used to combine records from two tables whenever there are matching values in a field common to both tables. For example, if you have two tables, table 1 and table 2, and you want to join these two tables using the inner join keyword based on a common column in these two tables, you can do so easily. So how to do this? Let's see the syntax of inner join in the SQL language. First of all, you need to use the select statement to retrieve data from columns. Type select all in uppercase letters followed by columns, then the from keyword followed by table 1, the first table, then the inner join keyword followed by the second table, table 2, and the on keyword all in uppercase letters because this is a keyword in the SQL language. Table 1.column name is equal to table 2.column name to combine table 1 and table 2 based on this common column between them, and in this case the program will select records that have matching values in these two columns. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How can we combine or join tables in SQL? How can we join tables using the inner join statement in the SQL language? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I will show you practically how to use the inner join statement to join two tables based on a common column. In practice, in this course, we're gonna use 4 types of join: inner join, left join, right join, and full outer join or full join. So let's get started by using the inner join to combine or join two tables in action. We're gonna take a simple example to clarify how to use the inner join statement. The inner join statement in general is used to join two tables based on a common column and select records or rows that have matching values in these columns. So let's type our first example. Type select players01.playerID employees.firstname from players01. The SQL command here selects player ID from the players01 table and the first name column from the employees table. We use two tables here and the from keyword followed by the existing table name players01. The first name column from the employees table, not from the players01 table. We need to combine or join the employees table with the players01 table by using the inner join statement. So let's use the inner join statement followed by the name of the second table, which is the employees table in our example here. Simply type inner join, all in uppercase letters, followed by the name of the second table, employees, to join these two tables. Now we need to use the on keyword to combine these two tables based on a common column. Simply type on players01, the name of the table, dot player ID is equal to employees dot employee ID, and type semicolon at the end of this query or this program here. Okay, now we need to execute this program by using Shift Enter or Shift Return from the keyboard, or use the green run button to combine the two tables players01 and the employees. The program will select player ID and first name from the two tables and combine them together. SQL will join the two tables together. From over here, click the run button and wait to see the output in the result pane. You can see player ID and first name from the two tables, player ID from the first table and first name from the second table. The two tables were combined easily by using the inner join statement with the on keyword based on the common column between them. Also in the SQL query, it's possible to put an alias for each table, for the players01 table and also for the employees table. You can rename any table from these tables by using the as keyword to make the name of any table simple and easy to use. The new name for the players01 table is PL here, so we use the as keyword followed by PL after the from keyword from players01 as PL. And you can use the new name PL instead of using the full name players01 to do anything you wish here in this query. Also, we did the same thing for the employees table. The new name is EM. You can change the two names. To change the name of the second table as we did with employees, after the inner join statement, type the name of the table as we did here, employees, followed by the as keyword to rename this table. The new name is EM. Then you can use this new name EM or any new name you wish instead of using the complete name employees. And once you execute this program by using Shift Enter or Shift Return, you will get the same previous result without any complication. Try to select different columns by using the select statement for the same example here and execute the program again to see the difference in the output to master this concept. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will talk about another type of SQL join, which is the left join. What is a left join in SQL? Why use left join in SQL language and how to use it? Let's get started. First of all, let's talk about the meaning of left join. The left join statement is used to return all records or rows from the left table and the matching records from the right table. And if there is no match, the result is 0 records from the right side. Let's see this by showing the syntax theoretically, and after this, in next lessons, I'll show you how to use this type of join practically using real examples. Here is the syntax of left join. First of all, use a select statement to select columns, and after the from keyword you can see the left table, in this case, which is table 1. Use the left join after this, the left join statement, all in uppercase letters, keywords in the SQL language, so type it in all in uppercase letters, followed by the right table. The right table in this case is table 2, and you can see the on operator, table 1 dot column name is equal to table 2 dot column name. In some databases, left join is called left outer join also, and in this case the left join statement will return all records from table 1 and the matching records from the table 2, and the result will be 0 records from the right side if there is no match in this case. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I'll show you practically the second type of join, which is the left join statement or operator to join or combine two tables together in the SQL or SQL language. How can we use the left join statement? How can we join two tables by using left join easily without any complication? The simplest meaning of left join: it is used to join two tables based on a common column and select records or rows that have matching values in these columns and the remaining records or rows from the left table. So that the name of this join is left join. Let's type our first example. Here we have these two tables, employees and players 1. Let's combine or join these two tables based on a common column. To select or retrieve data from tables, we use the select statement. Type select players01 dot player id, players01 dot last name, and employees dot first name to select player id from the first table, players01, in addition to the last name column from the players01. And also we need to select the first name column from the employees table, the second table. We need to select this column that is called first name from the second table. So we need to combine or join these two tables together by using the left join operator. Before this, let's type the from keyword followed by the players01 table, the first table or the left table. Type from players01. After this, let's use the left join operator. Type left join statement followed by the name of the second table, which is employees in our case here. The first table is players01 and the second table is called employees. Now we need to use the on keyword to insert the common column between these two tables to join these two tables based on this common column. All what we need to do is to type on followed by players01 dot player id is equal to employees dot employee id. The first column from the first table is player id. The second column from the second table is employee id, and single equal sign in between them. Don't forget to place semicolon at the end of the statement. Then you can execute this program to show the result, to show how to combine these two tables together. Okay, now this is the output after running this program. You can see all these values here. The SQL statement in this example here selects records that have matching values in these columns and remaining records from the left table. You can use the same technique with other tables to see the difference in the output. Also, you can select different columns to see how it works. Also, it's possible to rename these two tables in this query here. You can use the as keyword to do this. The name of the first table, or the new name for the first table by using the as keyword, is PL. So we've changed the name of this table here, 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 and here. You can do the same thing for the second table, also by using the as keyword. The name of the second table is EM by using the as keyword also here. Let's type the name of this table here to avoid getting errors. The name of the table followed by the as keyword followed by the new name or the alias of this table, which is EM, and replace employees with this new name EM, or you can change it with any valid name as you want. Now if you try to execute this program, you will get the same previous result without any problems, without any complication. Let's select another column from the players one table. Say we want to select first name from the players one table. You can type it here, PL, the new name of this table, followed by the dot notation, followed by first name, then comma to separate between this column or this field with the next one. Also, you can use the order by statement to sort the result based on a column. Let's see this. Let's change the order of the result set by using the order by statement followed by the name of the players one table followed by the name of the new column, first name. We need to see the result to show the output here based on the order of the first name column. Hit shift enter or shift return. You can see this new column was added successfully here, and the order here A, D, J. This is by using the order by statement. If you try to remove this or comment this statement here and execute the program again, you can see the real column without any order here. The order was changed. That's all about it for this lesson. This is about joining two tables together by using the left join statement in the SQL language. Try to do this by yourself, or try to select different columns from these two tables, or you can create new tables by yourself. Then you can join them by using the left join operator to master these concepts practically. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Another type of joining tables or combining tables in the SQL language is right join, or is by using the right join statement. So what is a right join in SQL, and why use a right join in the SQL language, and how to use it practically? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss the right join statement in the SQL language. So let's get started. What is the meaning of right join? The right join keyword or statement in the SQL language is used to return all records from the right table and the matching records from the left table. And if there is no match, the result is 0 records from the left side. Okay, how to write it? Let's see the syntax of the right join statement theoretically, and then I'll show you practically in next lessons how to write and how to use the right join operator in action. You can see, first of all, you need to select data to retrieve data to work with it. Then the from keyword followed by table 1. Table 1 in this case is the left table. And after this, you can see the right join operator all in uppercase letters followed by table 2, and this is the right table. The on keyword table1 dot column name is equal to table2 dot column name. The right join statement in this case we return all records from table 2 and the matching records from table 1. And if there is no match, the result in this case is 0 records from the left side, which is table 1 in this syntax here. This is about how to write the right join, and this is another type of joining tables in the SQL language, and later I'll show you how to use this type of combining tables in the SQL language in action. That's all about it for this lesson. Good luck. How can we use the right join statement to join two tables? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we are gonna be discussing another way to combine or join two tables together, and this is by using the right join statement or keyword in the SQL language. The right join statement is used to join two tables based on a common column also, and select records or rows that have matching values in these columns and remaining records from the right table. That's it. This is the simplest definition about the right join. However, in this lesson I'll show you practically how can we use it in action. Here in the SQL Manager, we have two tables, employees and players 01. We want to join these two tables by using the right join statement. Here in this example, let's select another column from the employees table. Type the name of the alias, the new name for this employees table, followed by the dot notation, followed by the column name or the field name, and its name is job. We want to select this column also from the employees table. Next, let's change the left join statement to be right join. Type right join employees as EM. Also, let's change the order by statement to be order by em.firstname instead of pl.firstname to sort the result by the first name column from the employees table, and you will see the difference in the output pane in the results set. As shown here in the new results set, all these records were sorted by the first name from the employees table. This is about using the right join statement to join two tables. You can join two tables by using the same way here based on a common column. So we used the right join with the on keyword, all the keywords in uppercase letters by convention to make the code clear and understandable for anyone. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.
What is a full outer join in SQL? Why use full join in the SQL language? What is the difference between full outer join and full join? How to use the full outer join in the SQL language practically? How to write it? What is the syntax of full outer join? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss another type to combine two tables or more in the SQL language, and this is by using the full outer join statement or keyword in the SQL language. So let's get started. Let's discuss the definition of SQL full outer join. What is the meaning of it? The simplest definition of full outer join, it's a statement to return all records if there is a match in left or right table records. So if you want to combine two tables based on a common column and select records that have matching values in these columns and remaining rows from both of the tables, you can use the SQL outer join statement, or you can use the full join statement. They are the same. You can use full outer join or full join directly. So how to write it? Let's see the syntax of full outer join statement in the SQL language. To fetch certain data, you need to use the select statement, and you know that. Then the from keyword followed by table 1. Table 1 in this case is the left side. Then you need to use the full outer join operator to combine table 1 and table 2. Table 2 in this case is the right side. And type full outer join all in uppercase letters. These are keywords in the SQL language, and by convention we write the SQL keywords all in uppercase letters. The on keyword
in uppercase letters. Table1.column name is equal to table2.column name here. And you can use the where statement to add a condition here to specify which records to be retrieved. And don't forget to place semicolon at the end of this query. What does this mean? In this case, the full outer join statement or the full join, and as we said before, they are the same, will return all records when there is a match in the records of table 1 or table 2. That's all about it. And after this, you can use the where statement to add a condition to specify which records to be selected or retrieved. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we're gonna discuss another type of join, which is full outer join. We're gonna use this statement to join or combine two tables, and this is another type of join. In this lesson, I'll show you how to use it in action. The full outer join is used to join two tables based on a common column and select records or rows that have matching values in these columns and the remaining records from both of the tables. In this example, we have two tables, employees and players 01. We want to join these two tables based on a common column. So let's type our example. Here in the same example, we are gonna use the full outer join statement instead of using the right join statement. So type it. Let's go ahead to replace right join with full outer join and execute the program after removing the order by statement, and you will see this output in the result set, a new result set. We've combined or joined these two tables together by using the full outer join statement. We select player ID from players 01, first name from players 01, last name from players 01, in addition to two columns from the employees table, first name and job. Then use the from keyword followed by players 01 and the as keyword to put an alias or to rename this table, and then all in uppercase letters. Use full outer join followed by the employees table, the name of the second table, and the as keyword to rename this table also. And the last thing, the on keyword. Player ID is equal to employee ID, player ID from players 01 and employee ID from employees, or EM stands for the employees table, the new name for the employees table. And the output after executing this program by using shift enter or shift return, exactly as shown here in the result set, in the new result set or the new table. Player ID, first name, last name, first name and job. Full outer join and full join are the same, so you can remove the outer keyword and execute the program again, and you can see the same previous output, the new result set here as shown previously. You can use the same methodology we used here to join two tables by using the full outer join or the full join statement. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Views in SQL. How can we create a view, and what is the meaning of a view in general? Hi everyone, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we will discuss views theoretically and practically. So let's get started by defining views. What is the meaning of a view? Views in general are virtual tables, and you can create a view simply by using the create view statement. A view also has rows and columns as they are in a real table in the database. We can create a view by selecting fields or columns from one or more tables present in the existing database, and I'll show you this practically in this lesson. Also, you should know that a view can either have all the rows or records of a table or specific rows based on certain condition. You can set a filter to create a view by using the where statement, for example, and I'll show you this practically. Let's get started by creating our first view using the create view statement, and the name of this view will be some players. Let me show you this. At the beginning, type create view followed by the name of this view, some players, and use the as keyword. Then you can type the query
by using the select statement with the where clause to select which fields and records to be presented and retrieved in this view called SumPlayers. Type select player ID, first name, rating from players 01, where rating greater than 90. We need to select player ID, first name and rating columns from the players 01 table to be presented in the SumPlayers view. The SumPlayers view contains all these three columns, and to specify which records to be retrieved and presented, use the where clause to set this filter rating greater than 90, and you will see this in the result set. If you try to select the SumPlayers view after creating it, you will see it has all these three columns and also the records based on this condition here or this filter. After completing this program here, let's hit shift enter or shift return, or you can use the green run button to show the output. Once you execute this program, you will see nothing in the output, but you can see the SumPlayers view was created successfully here in the left pane. To select all the available data from this view, you can use the select statement to fetch all the columns and records of this SumPlayers view. Let's do this. Let's comment this program and use the select statement followed by asterisk from SumPlayers. And after executing this, you can see all the available data from the view that is called SumPlayers. Three columns, player ID, first name and rating, and the records based on the condition rating is greater than 90. You can see all the values in the rating column are greater than 90. Also, after creating this view, you can update it, and if you want to update any view, you can do so by using create or replace view statement. Let me show you this in action. To update the SumPlayers view, type this create or replace view. This is the statement to replace this SumPlayers view or to update it. Then use the as keyword and the select query, select player ID, first name and rating from players 01, and change the condition to update the same view called SumPlayers, where rating is greater than 91 instead of 90 in the previous example. After changing this view, or after changing the records of this view, you can execute it by using shift enter or shift return, and you need to select it after creating this program to show the result, to fetch all the available data, all the new data in the SumPlayers view to be presented in the output pane. Let me show you this in action. Simply, let's comment this query or this program by using /* and */, and then you can use the select statement to select star or to select all the data from SumPlayers, and you can see the output was changed successfully. New result set based on the new condition of the SumPlayers view. All the values in the rating column are greater than 91 instead of 90 in the previous example. And you can change this condition by yourself to see the difference or the changes in the output to master this concept. If we create a view, suppose we want to remove it completely, we want to drop it, you can use the drop statement to drop this view. Let's see this. Comment this program, comment the select query, and type drop view followed by the name of the view SumPlayers. And if you want to remove any view completely, you can use the same way. Type the drop view statement followed by the name of the existing view, as we did here in this example, and semicolon at the end of this statement. Once you execute it, you will find the existing view was deleted successfully. You can see here SumPlayers was removed completely. That's all about it for this lesson. That's all about creating virtual tables or views based on existing tables. try to use the create view statement to create a view, then use create or replace view statement to update any view you created. And if you want to remove any view, you can use the drop view statement as we did here in this example. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck. Hi everyone, this is a practical lesson about applying what we learned in this course. We need to apply all the SQL concepts. So this is a small project to apply all the fundamentals of the SQL or SQL language. So follow these steps. Open the SQL Manager, the online manager, to work with the SQL language, which is SQLiteOnline.com, and create a table called employees to store all the data of employees. Then try to create 6 columns inside this employees table inside the PostgreSQL database. Use employee ID, first name, last name, age, job, and salary as headers of these columns. When you create this table, use all these constraints: primary key, not null, and serial. Also, and the data type of the employee ID, age, and salary columns is int or integer data type, and first name, last name, and job are string data type or text. Once you create the table, let's add data to the employees table. You can use the insert into statement to do this. Try to add 10 records or rows with values for each column, and then update the existing table. Try to use all the fundamentals of the SQL language with this table. Try to replace the existing table, retrieve data using the select statement, filter the result using the where and having clauses. Also, you can use aggregate functions with the having clause. Okay, once you create this table and applying all these operations, now let's create virtual tables. You can create as many virtual tables as you wish, or as many views as you wish based on this table, the existing table. However, try to create a single view called special employees from the employees table and update it. And also, if you want to drop this view completely, you can do this. Based on the employees table, you can create a new table. So try to create a new table called assistants based on the employees table to create a copy of this existing table. Thanks for watching. Good luck. Let's see some useful hints or tips to solve the project. At first, if you want to create the employees table, you need to use the create table statement. And this is the syntax of creating tables in SQL or the SQL language. Use the create table statement followed by the name of the table, and inside the rounded braces, type the column name followed by its data type and also the constraint. We use constraint to apply some rules for this column, such as primary key, not null, etc., etc. Once you create the table, you can use the insert into statement to insert records to this table. If you want to insert the records into this table called employees, you can use this syntax: insert into followed by the table name, which is employees in our case here. Then inside the rounded braces, insert all the columns in order: column 1, column 2, etc., etc., and separate between them using comma. And then use the values keyword followed by all the values for each column: value 1, value 2, value 3, value 4, value 5, and value 6. This is for the first record. Then put comma and insert the values of the second record, etc., etc. And don't forget to place semicolon at the end of this statement or this query. Now we have data inside this employees table. If you want to fetch all the available data or specific data from this table, you can use the select statement to do this. Use the select statement followed by star or column names, then use the from keyword followed by the table name. And you can use the where clause to add a condition to filter the records in the result set, or you can use the having clause with aggregate functions, and you can apply every single thing you learned in this course.
To create virtual tables or views based on the employees table, you can use the syntax create view followed by the view name and use the as keyword followed by the select query to select a particular data from the employees table. Use a select, then the from keyword followed by the name of the table, which is employees in our case here, or any existing table you work with, and the where statement to filter the records to specify which records to be presented in this view. And if you want to update or change this view, you can use the create or replace view statement. And if you want to delete this view completely, you can use the drop view statement followed by the existing view name. Finally, try to create a table from the employees table. It's so simple. Try to use the create table statement followed by the name of the new table and use the as keyword followed by this query. Select followed by the column names, the from keyword followed by the existing table name, which is employees in our case, and the where statement to add a condition if you want to filter the records in the new table. That's all about it for this lesson. Thank you very much for watching. Good luck.